Hello, give you one skin, okay.
There are a lot of good heroes right now in the meta, and especially be going off of the standard
Yo,
builds here.
Mr. Sick,
Alice alongside
everyone
other
is, I hope everyone is doing
heroes
good.
with the popular
Which
unit
team am I supporting?
players
For now, I don't know, but teams, I
both
don't know.
teams looking out for, and especially the mid Sitar here being a huge counter to a lot of
Let's see
Zhonya's
first what kind of
might
picks
be
they make. And then after that, I'll support according to the picks. Mr. Sick is sick, guys. Pray for Mr. Sick. Give me the diamonds in your account. Okay, alright, I'll give you the diamonds. How many diamonds do you need? Yo, so let's watch the tournament, guys. Let's watch it together and analyze. Yo, how many diamonds is that? I don't have that much diamonds. So the enemy, I can't see the color. Oh yeah, the blue and the red. Okay, Jushin ban. Alright. Jushin is nerfed, but still it's very OP. And yeah, Alice should be always banning, guys. Alice is very OP right now. Unless you have a proper counter. Unless you shut down Alice in the early game. Phobia's ban is a good one. I want a weekly pass, bro. Will you give me? Alright, bro, weekly pass.
yeah, very strong bans coming in from both teams, but this does leave certain heroes open. Like
So, what heroes are open here? What picks do you
and
think
some scenarios are taken up by these teams here. And
this blue team is gonna take?
just like earlier mentioned,
Huh?
these huge tanky frontliners who also
The
deal a lot of
Pindol
damage
yung
on the
ano.
Angelo and Alice combo. You can get the anti-heal item at some
Hmm.
point, but by that
Ouais.
time it's already 5
Day 2
minutes
ka yung
into the
tawag.
game and early team fight.
If the stream
Usually,
reaches more than
a
1
lot of
KB,
teams
I'll give
tend
you a
to
weekly
risk
plus.
a lot of resources
Alright,
on
Mr.
that. If
Sick.
you lose that one, the flow
There you go.
teams usually
If
tend
the stream
to
reaches 1K views, you're gonna get a
win.
weekly
I'd
pass.
say,
Alright, Chip.
all in all, it's
Chip,
just
first
in the
pick,
game
I'm not
because
sure about it.
this is a qualifier round, so it's
Okay,
not that
heard it.
much time, and they do need
Well, heard
heroes
it's, I don't know.
for this
Let's see.
situation. If you get knocked out early on, it's going to be Joker
Ling and heard it.
or Kaido picking up that chip.
Dash picks, a Minchitar will be good here. Minchitar Golden might be good.
Maybe.
I'm still confused about the Chip versus Big guys. Chip is very good, but it depends on what kind of lineup the enemy has. Khalid, yeah, Khalid is a very strong pick, guys, right now. Khalid is very OP right now. You should definitely go for Khalid if the enemy has like less CC. Khalid can tank, Khalid can deal damage, Khalid can charge, engage a fight. Aurora, very good. Aurora is one of the mates that assassins find it very hard to kill because of her passive and her
Yeah,
stuns. Valentina. Yes, Valentina is definitely a good pick here
these are
because they got
big heroes coming in.
three ultimates
The
that
team
she can
composition
easily
is
copy. Chip, Khalid,
and
and Aurora, which will be very
team
strong in team
able to
fights.
copy the chip's model in those
And Chip's
scenarios
ultimate,
because
Valentina
you
can use
have
it to
the
gank
entire,
anyone she
as I
wants.
mentioned, Avengers Assemble versus Vandal's seen here. That's maybe, I don't know, being which hero in this
And she
case.
can just use
We are
Khalid's
almost
ultimate to
trying to
engage
ban
in a
here
fight
for
if they
this
need.
red team. Gonna ban
Hayabusa ban,
Tartarus
okay.
in this scenario, and
What do you
it's
think
quite
they're gonna
understandable
ban?
since
They're gonna definitely gonna ban a roamer.
against
I think they're gonna ban a
Zohunt
roamer. Who do you think it'll be?
and look at both drafts. We take a look at blue team.
They need a roamer and an EXP
They
laner.
have
EXP
their gold
laner. Who do you think they're
to
gonna ban for EXP?
Haya. Could go for it.
I'm guessing.
In this case, they have
Alright.
red teams, right?
Carmilla ban, okay.
Guard and the XP laner, Kamila, Precise ban coming in,
They
and
need a gold laner and a
maybe the
hyper.
Claude ban in this
I think
might work out. I'm not sure. What do you think,
Hurt
Cross?
is a golden, so I think they're gonna ban some, maybe some MM that counters Hurt, like Claude or Leslie, or I don't know. Let's see. No, no, Leslie ban will be stupid here, guys. Stupid. So maybe Claude or I think they are gonna ban a jungler here, guys. A jungler. Which jungler is open right now? Okay, see, I told you, Minshitar is a good counter for the red team, so they just ban Minshitar. Like I said earlier, Minshitar will be a good pick here in the goal lane, so they just banned it. Okay, so the red team needs a roamer and an EXP laner. Which EXP laner do you think will be good here, guys? That they are gonna ban?
Yeah, indeed. But even if you take the King's Calling with Valentina, in that case, it's just 50-50 because the
They
King's
might
Calling is a
ban
natural
another
to
roamer. Yeah,
tank
like I
away
said, Arlott.
Outlet here coming in
Arlott
from
can be a
Vandal.
roam or EXP.
Quite understandable. Outlet
So this,
against the
yeah,
Khalid,
it'll be
sort of
good.
like a
It's a good
50-50
ban.
until it gets abilities, and Outlet sort of wins the trade
All
and
right.
prevents Khalid from roaming that
I'm not
lane,
sure
which
about this last
is
pick.
the plus point in having Khalid. You have against
Tiger,
being almost everywhere around the map, as you did mention, with the chip is quite feasible.
Tiger
But
pick. Let's go, guys.
we have certified Big D here with the K-Girl. It's gonna be quite powerful in those team fights, especially if everyone comes through the portal. I think he just could count that 6-1.
Fanny pick. Do you think Fanny will be good here, guys? I'm really not so sure about the Fanny pick, but let's see. Who knows if this Fanny is very good, extraordinary Fanny. A Bane, okay. Ben Jungle. And who's gonna be their goal lane? Argus goal lane. Let's go, guys. Okay.
Here coming from both sides.
We're seeing a lot of Argus goal lane now in the meta. Argus is a very strong
Showdown
pick.
here. XP
He
laner
can do a lot of damage and also push towers like crazy.
Wait, no, Nomnom's on the gold
Alright,
lane.
what's
Argus
left?
versus Harrod.
EXP
Quite something, I'd say.
against
Red
Argus.
team though.
No, against Khalid.
Khalid what?
Something that
Possibility.
has CC.
Choices still
A EXP
looks
laner that
open
has
in the meta
CC,
pick right
maybe
now for XP laner.
Yuzong.
Maybe the Dragon Yuzhong here
Yuzong, yeah,
could
like
be
I
a
said,
viable
Yuzong
option.
might be a good
Still
pick here.
hard to
But
position
they
the
chose Cho.
Yes, gonna lock in the show. Interested to see
Cho,
what
I'm not
happens.
sure about the Cho, guys. Let's see what this Cho can
Red
do.
team, to side blue team.
Cho,
Crux, before that, which
let's see,
lane
guys.
do you think has the best opportunity to win this game? Oh, yeah. Oh no.
Who do you think is gonna win, guys?
Betraying all the August mains
Which
out
pick is
there.
better? Both the teams have
Maybe
solid
time to
picks.
trip.
Who do you think is gonna win?
Yeah, I gotta wait out and see what the scenario unfolds here for both teams. Still loading the draft.
अबे होगा मैं बोलूँ doesn't Tara 그래서 지금 browser에서는 말해 YouTube 좀 다 해봐
रो इंस्टामार्ट कर रही हूँ वांट एनीथिंग
वो किचन वाला जिससे पुल करते
ये से लेके वो तक
Again, both the fighters, Lead and Cho, go for the Thunderbelt. That's intensely questionable, Cho. I don't know. For Cho, I play Cho and I only build damage. I think I might actually be underlying.
Hello guys, can you hear the audio?
Troll that goes around killing people with a one-hit
Yep,
build.
Can you guys hear the audio of the game?
Team fight in the turtle area is going to start right now. Hopefully, I see the Ling stealing the turtle. But
Indeed.
Tigreal doing a good job.
Oof, and BMW going to get spotted out. Plenty of blades coming up very early on, and that's the flicker combo by Valentina. Lord Kaido though gets the retribution and the kill onto us, and BM as Khalid gets a double kill onto Misery and Devil as the rest of Team Future We Trust falls back. 2 members left, CBD and Edo on the mid lane here. Blue buff also being invaded. Lord Kaido diving into the blue buff and gonna push forwards to the bot lane side here as Nom Nom takes down the turret. Future We Trust not looking that great right now as Besser bus is about to bust, I guess. Yeah.
To be fair, their future seems a little bleak right now because that Khalid, the Frito fan, is right there to actually assert the dominance, even though the Tigreal got that Bane. Chip almost escaping with a sliver, like half of his HP. Gets pulled in with the Sacred Hammer, but it's all alright because Chip can run away in an instant. Then again, back to that whole team fight. Going to be honest with you, even though Tigreal got in that implosion onto the Bane, that Khalid's engage with his ultimate just put that nail in the coffin.
Yo guys, sorry for the inconvenience. My audio was glitching, so I had to like quickly restart the stream. I mean restart the live. So guys, I hope you all are enjoying the stream.
We might just see one
Let's
here in
just
the top
watch
lane
and
side.
enjoy,
Lord
guys.
Khalid try to
Sit
go
back
in,
and relax.
showing out the rest of the side FWT. As Besser Bus
Alright, let's see. The blue team is right now winning. Probably in their favor. The game is.
Might get ganked on by
We can see the
team
Ben is hiding in the top
trying to
lane,
go
just
in.
waiting
Khalid
if
here, spotting out in the
the
bush.
show is gonna stack off.
Zoning off. Rest of the team
Okay,
FWT
Tiggle's
walking forward.
coming.
Seal is on play, trying to go
Valentina has
in.
Khalid's ult.
But it gets cancelled by the
Alright.
deadly catch, and Khalid also goes for an unorthodox combo there, and instead there's going to be reverse Nuno carded by the rest of the team. FWT is shut down by the Tigre onto that.
Okay, that was nice ult
coming
by
in
the
with the
Aura.
Dragon as well. Misery here, getting a kill onto Kaido as Bolo. Everyone's here, Avengers are ready.
But sadly,
As the rest of
the
team
red team won the fight this
puts
time.
off forwards, but FWT here getting 2 kills, not going to commit fully after that team fight.
The goal difference is just 1k, guys. So we don't know how this game will turn out. Okay, Ling is getting stronger, Head is getting stronger.
He goes down for the count. Insane gameplay from Ling
This might be a turn up in the game.
with all those dashes. Chip had no chance.
Okay, you're starting the turtle. Khalid is giving reason.
The turtle this time because they have lost 2 turtles. all this match.
Who's gonna take the turtle, guys? Who's gonna take the
Implosion
turtle?
there coming in,
The
perfectly
Bane
landed with a
secure the
combo
turtle,
as
guys.
well as
Okay, nice hold
the
by
blades
Khalid.
dropped in with the clean, but the rest of the team FWT here not able to fully commit.
He's gonna
NBM
link,
does get the
link
kill
in
off
his
the triple
link
seven
escape.
though.
Okay, Khalid
However,
got
2
linked.
kills forwards to Virus get cancelled. This Khalid is quite a menace to
The blue team
FWT
got the
as he's
turtle and
able to
killed 3 of their
so
enemy.
tanky and he just
The red
does so
team
much damage.
just killed 2 and lost the turtle, so it
This was
was
a
a
2-for-3.
win for the
It
blue
was
team,
such a
that fight.
okay. It was such a good team fight. I was trying to keep up. I did keep up, but it was so interesting not to actually see the fact that Ling almost escaped from the
Okay,
Argus. I
the
wanted the
Deagle
Argus
got
to get that kill, but he got the
Asina
assist
shield now
because
just now,
Khalid wanted that triple
so he
kill,
might
and he got the triple kill.
sustain a
Show
little more
kicking
now.
him into the
Oh
tower
my
with the way of the
god.
dragon.
Alright,
Khalid
that was
has
a
no
good ult by
chance to
Joe.
escape that. Gets caught with such a basic combo without even the flicker. I'm gonna be honest with you. How do you expect? How do you expect
I
to be
think Joe is
caught
gonna die
without a
here.
flicker on the show?
Well, slightly underestimated maybe Edo there, caught in the middle of nowhere here, 4 members of
Joe, can
BOB
Joe
ready
escape,
here
guys?
for the revenge deadly catch, they'll not
Joe
be
managed to
landing.
escape but
Instead,
lost the
Turret's gonna be
turret.
prioritized. No, just finish it off with the deadly catch as well.
Okay, mid lane
There
tower is gone.
FWT here, going
Ball
for a
lane tower
split
might also be
instead,
gone.
3-1-1
Okay, the game
composition.
is slowly
Barrett
turning,
here in the
guys.
mid lane was Ling, does get the ball
Bane is
into
such a
it
good hero
though.
right now to push
Lokai there is
towers
zoning
and
off,
also Argus.
trying to go for a
So this
takeover,
blue team
perhaps
is just
now
playing
getting
push
lethal in
game.
this case. The rest of the members
The enemy
here
also had
looking for an
pusher
engage,
like Harit. Harit
possibly.
can push
Might just
towers
go
pretty
on
well.
to the ship. No, gonna dashing out
And
in an
Ling
instance
can also
there.
be a
CDD
very
not really
dangerous
fully
in game late game
committing.
because
Just looking for the
he'll
big
just split push,
implosion.
guys, and then you
Perhaps
can just join
there,
team fight
Khalid
anytime.
might just be catching Cho
So Ling is
here.
the trouble,
Yeah,
guys.
let's go for it.
The
And the
Lord is
rest of
spawning in
team
15 seconds.
FWT trying to go in. No, Lord is gonna be spawning in a matter of few seconds.
Well, from a 19,000 to 15,000 gold difference, they actually caught up, and it's just a 1,000 gold difference. The team on the red side, I'm actually
Alright, guys,
rooting for
let's see
you.
what the Joe is
Try a
gonna do.
little bit more into that team fights. The Valley
Joe
team
is
that
here,
has
but
so much
none of
value.
the teammates are
I would
nearby,
say
so he
he's
can't just use
bringing
his
in the
ult.
value without
He
any shadow
might
of a
be able to
doubt.
kill the auras.
But there is also
I
that
don't think so
tower
because Joe is
difference.
like tanky build.
Yep,
Argus
but oh.
barely escaped with that demonic arm. He
Alright,
barely
the
escapes
Bane
that
is getting
implosion
kicked by
combo
Joe in the
from
ball
that
lane.
3 people. I'm gonna be
Link
Yep.
honest
comes
with you.
for the escape. I
Even
mean,
if the
Link comes to
pushing
kill
is
the
going
Bane.
on,
The
Bane
Bane
can't
might be
really do
down here,
much.
guys.
He gets
The
caught.
Alright, the
NBM
Bane is dead.
here
Harper
trying to
is
go
down. I
in and
think they're
gets
gonna
the
do the Lord
kill.
right
A lot
now.
of damage coming in. 3 members
Okay, Khalid
committed
just
fully
missed
though.
his all
FWT
completely.
here. Khalid trying to get
Valentina took
a
Khalid's
trade
ult.
off, but it's a bit too
Deagle is
late.
coming.
Just might get caught in the stray bullet.
Okay.
The rest of members
I think
FWT
them the red
trying to
team might
go
just start
into
Lord right
a
now, guys.
5v4
That
right
would be
now.
a good
Till
option, but
spawning in.
the
Rest of the members of
blue team is just
BOB
like
top
giving
here.
vision, camping
Edo
near the
going to
Lord.
be the first one to scout it
So it
out.
won't
Trying
be
to
easy,
go
Lord, guys.
and get the roll up, but
Bane is
flickers
respawning in 10
out. Chip
seconds.
is gonna be alone here, trying to get a
So
bit of
I
damage
guess
with the chrono dashes.
it
Harriet
might
there.
not be an easy
It's
Lord, guys. I
Marvel
don't think
still
they're gonna do Lord.
active. Does destroy the portal. Rest of members of
Khalid
BOB
is such
here
an annoying
trying to
hero,
go
guys.
engage,
He
or
gives
perhaps
vision, he
never
is very
mind.
tanky, he can
Three of
engage
them
in
are
team fights.
present. August though gonna go for a split push
Alright,
in this
Khalid might be down
scenario.
here, guys.
The
Khalid
lead
gets taken off.
struggling a little bit. A lot of
Alright.
controllability is coming in, and
Aura
NBM
is
gonna shut
also
him
down, I
down.
guess.
Here comes the Tempest
Okay,
of
Link.
Blades. Aurora possibly gonna be proccing it, but
Okay,
gets
nice
taken
one.
down once again. As Lokaido being the only front liner here. Chip
Still,
trying
Chip
to
is
provide
down.
a bit of
Chip is
support.
still
Damage
alive.
does go
Okay,
down
Chip
to
is down
that
now.
case, but
Argus is
NBM
coming.
finish off Lokaido. It's only the Chip
Argus
left,
is also
and
coming, guys. Let's see
NBM
how this
trying
handles.
to go for damage. No, my
Can
goes
Argus
back
burst the
for
tank down?
healing up
Does Argus
forwards.
have
No
the
man
damage?
is here with the re-engages for BOB,
No,
and
not yet.
it's only a Tigreal tries to go in. Almost does still have the ultimate
Okay, the
intact,
blue
and gonna
team,
get a
the red
retribution.
team
No,
won the
not
fight,
being
but
committed. It's
the
still on
blue
the
team, like,
cooldown. Does get
they
the
managed to
wait,
scare them
even
away
get the
because
red buff.
Argus was full HP. He still had the ult.
The damage from that
Deagle was
retribution,
low,
like when you pick
and the Link didn't have
retribution,
any skills and
every
buffs.
instance of time that ticks,
So
you
it
get
was a
damage
good
onto
option
a
to retreat, I
freaking.
guess.
That is what got the Ling the red buff, even though Argus and Chip were actually breaking into his home, taking the red buff as hostage. But then again, we can all see Harriet, I'm gonna be honest with you, had such a bad time in that fight, the fight before,
If the Khalid
where
managed to
he
lane
got
his
caught
ult
the Fugitive Glacier in the
perfectly,
semi-finals.
like
But then,
on
too, the
their
deadly
Harit
catch
or
from the other
Valentina, it
side, he
might be a
couldn't
good
do anything. I
fight,
felt so
guys. The
bad
fight
for him.
might turn out
But
on the
now he
favor.
caught up in terms of farm and
Okay,
inventory.
conceal.
200 gold.
Aura is gonna be taken out,
The
guys.
CBD trying
Yeah,
to go
nice.
in here, just go with the flicker
But
implosion effect.
Aura
As
managed
well
to
as the
land his
Frigid
ult on 3
Glacier
people,
Misery
okay?
getting the revenge kill onto 777 there with Dragon Ball dropped out on towards the
Alright.
Khalid, but he flickers out of danger here. As August Nom Nom solo on HP has to force back. Two members of BOB here present. Lord Kaido trying to finish off the Harriet, and it's going to be successful in
They
doing
committed
so.
fully on their
Misery
mates, guys,
taken
and the
down,
mate
2
still
for
managed to
2.
land his
Both
ult
members
on 3
ready
people,
to
guys.
engage again, but it's
So
just
the
going to be
fight
NVM for side of the
did turn
FWT.
out
As
on their
Nom Nom
favor.
once again dashes up forward, tries to finish him off, but the mobility from the
The
link
blue team is gonna
allows him
start
to
Lord.
escape.
Can
Is that
Ling
Lord going to be started
manage
off
to
the
come
by the side of
on time?
UOB
I don't
here?
think so.
Enhanced Lord might add
I think it's
retribution,
a
not going to
free
be
Lord for
ready
the blue team.
yet to be rushed.
It might not
For
be. The
this
Ling is
Lord.
here, guys. Ling
Edo
might be
here
able to just
being
steal the
chomped
Lord.
down a little bit. Does use the flicker to try to connect, but not going to find anything. NBM also.
Who's gonna take
Kaido
the
here
Lord,
with the
guys?
deadly catch. Lord with the 1 bar
Okay,
of
alright. The Ling
HP.
should go for the
Implosion
okay.
coming
Ling
in
got the
with the
Lord.
Tempest of Blaze. NBM is going to finish off the Lord as shut down though. As
Even though
BOB
Ling got the
gets
Lord
3
thing and
kills in
Hyper is
the
down, guys, and 3
process.
people down right now.
While
Will they be able to
FWT
defend?
does get the Lord. And that's
Valentina and
enough.
Harit, can Valentina and Harit defend?
Well, even if a Luminous Lord is lost,
Ultimate.
Yo, what
Crimson
is up with his
Beacon.
ad?
Jushin blinks to a target location
Annoying ad.
and enters a
on the Harriet using
Let me
the
just mute my
shortcut,
mic, guys.
do you think everyone's gonna come in?
Perhaps no. I mean, they are already present in that part of the map, but I believe that was a bit of an aggression to sort of get misery in that case. But Devi here being chunked down a little bit. Turret gonna be taken down by Lord Kaido there. POB. Western members still present on the aggression, has to clear out these enhanced minions from both sides. As Khalid here instead goes for a top lane push, not being answered by FWT. Most of them are present in the bot lane. They're going to be rotating off early on. Conceal, I think, still in cooldown here. Tigreal trying to go in there. Flicker, ready. Conceal impact. But the Deadly Catch pushes him back forwards. Tigreal trying to go in, but so low in HP. Has to force the Flicker here to escape. As Frigid Glacier does come out. Show also trying to find a pick somewhere else, but not going to be connecting. As both members here are just tussling, just trading off skills for skills, and there's not really any kills happening.
To be fair, I would expect the Valentina to copy the Deadly Catch. Now, Deadly Catch has a high scaling onto the magic side, by the way, just so people don't realize how dangerous that is as a magic damage build just decimates teams. Imagine a Valentina just popping her ultimate that is a Deadly Catch copied. I am you copying the Deadly Catch, and then coming in with the engage on the no, not Valentina, the Aurora.
Yeah.
That will be an instant death sentence for them.
Indeed, especially since most of the members of FWT here are going to be struggling a lot, though. Never mind, implosion coming in. 2 members being caught here. Varus as normal gets clean off the board, though. The flicker with Dragon not going to commit fully. Though she's going to get frozen. Frigid Glaciers are coming in. Lokai solo on HP. NBM does get a double kill over that trade. Portal also still present, but it's just got 777 and Venzier left as Venzier is lost and gonna be taken down by Misery to the healthcare center as FWT here getting a clean 4-0 trade-off.
That was hard to watch. I'm gonna be honest with you. Argus didn't even have time to actually, pop his ultimate. The Eternal Evil was not even used in that team fight. But because of that 4-0, they actually are able to take down 2 of the mid lane towers with ease, absolute ease. Aurora popping that complete freeze onto the Tigreal, hoping maybe Tigreal actually would get caught by the Argus, but nope, that's not gonna happen.
Yep, BOB here trying to stall off some engages, has to maybe focus on these crucial damage dealers. Instead, slightly difficult with Edo being there and BM there. Gonna get the Lord in that case. Lord Kaido being caught off there. Gonna have an implosion landed on 2 members of BOB here. Ling trying to go in with the Tempest of Blades. Not gonna find a dash though. ZZZ still alive. Never mind. Gets taken down. Killing spree for him. Double Kaido as well taken down. But that's a revenge trade of Virus still in the front lines trying to survive with Nom Nom. Dealing a bit of damage onto Devi. Yes, he does get a trade off. And it's just CBD left. Chip cancelling out the recall. And this has been happening again and again. Future WT here not being able to close it up, and instead CBD has to force
to be back as the Lord is pushing down the mid lane turret, though if they're not on time, could be in a bit of trouble. No, Minion's going to be spawning in perhaps here. Nom Nom is here with the clearance, trying to chunk it down, and will be able to do so. That's another Luminous Lord. Can't waste what's our future we trust.
Um, Luminous Lord, I don't think has any value. He's just going down without even pushing one tower. I don't think the red team should actually be taking Luminous Lord because the moment that they actually took Luminous Lord, Lang's buff might get stolen. But no, he has to pop in the Retribution to secure it. That was a good move. Khalid gets caught off guard by the Harriet Zaman force. Could not do anything with the Sand Veil, was totally wasted. It's alright, because in the end of the day, 4 people are there to defend, and all of them have insane ultimates. Tigreal doesn't have flicker. His flicker is on cooldown, so there's not going to be
Yep.
an insane, game-changing game ultimate from his side. But that's okay because they're able to pick off one tower by a one. That's all in the match's plan. It's all going according to plan. Chip
Oh.
is in trouble.
Let's see here. Yeah, stuck a little bit. NBM gonna take him down there. 4 members of FWT there present perfectly. It's just 2 of them left here. 3 members of Team BOB trying to defend these turrets and inhibitors.
Like I said,
Only
guys,
1%
Chip wasn't a very good
left
pick
there.
here.
Lord is gonna be spawning in for Stat. There are 4 members.
I don't think Chip is
trying
very
different
useful
games,
in late
possibly,
game
yeah,
either.
denying some
Because in late
space
game,
here
Chip
in the
can't do
jungle.
anything, guys.
Lord is gonna be
When the
spawning
towers
in.
are the enemy
They
are
do have
pushing
some
towers
time. I
towards
think it's a
your
little bit stale right now.
inhibitors and
Edo
all, Chip
there, trying to
doesn't have
reinforce on
anything to
towards the
do.
Argus in Nom Nom as force back and dash out of
Enemies are
the
very tanky,
dangerous
guys. Joe
situation.
is very
Misery, they're
tanky.
gonna
Khalid
clean
is
up
very,
the turret. All
Tiggle is
inhibitors
very
gone
tanky.
for the side of BOB.
It was such a one-sided match
And
from the starting.
so this
The team that
blue
did the
team, the Khalid is
best
very
is now
tanky, but
on the
Khalid
losing side.
is getting
Right
melted
now,
by
the
his
blue buff has
Harit.
been taken, and the little creep has been
Doesn't
left
Khalid have any
behind
magic
so that it
defense?
doesn't reset. Vayne is having a hard
Now
time
that
because
the enemies are like all over the
they're
jungle
all
areas and the
playing.
enemy
I'm
bushes,
not gonna
blue team
lie,
bushes,
all the towers.
Chip
I
won't be able to do
expected
anything
the
here, guys.
team to be able to
Chip will be just
completely
useless.
decimate the red side's map. I thought the red side would not have any towers because the advantage of towers. Wait,
Chip is only useful when like you have
he had
dominance
some
against
Yeah.
the enemy.
towers. Well, the
When
enemy
you are
team
dominating the
Oh.
literally.
enemy team.
Unfortunate for Vinci, he is caught
Like,
in the middle of nowhere. Mortality also being
okay.
used, but it's just 5 members of FWT present there. Deadly catch was
Okay,
committed,
Bane.
and then the
Bane got
chance away
kicked.
for Dragon there.
Bane is
Kicks
down.
Bane off in the back line, and Misery finish off the kill here. And August
I
still
guess this
alive,
is it,
but not
guys.
be able
This is
to
GG.
damage or survive in that series.
Okay,
Tries to
now
dashes out, but not be finding
Khalid
there.
is
Misery
getting
here,
Khalid and
cleaning
Aura
up
defended,
shop
guys. I don't think
with the
so.
cockroach
I think
abilities
it's a
from
GG,
Etos
guys.
just being landed perfectly on point. And
The
BM
game
is
over,
here with
guys.
the
Red
re-engage,
team won.
trying to do a bit of damage on the turret here. Sends a turn as well, but the cheeky go flaker causes disruption just enough for the rest of the FWT to get double kills here onto Virus as the inhibitor gets destroyed. And future we trust will be moving on to the next phase of the tournament.
To be
Alright,
fair, that was
guys.
such an exciting
Aura got
match. I
chocolate.
was hoping that the Argus was winning. I can't lie. I
Instead of chip, like
wanted
some kind of
BOB to actually
engager,
do
maybe
something.
Minotaur
It's alright.
or
Because
Matilda
at the end of the
might have
day,
been good, I guess.
winners will be winners, and well, Arguses will be Arguses. Tears running down my
And
face,
the
but it's
Valentina
alright.
was a very good pick, guys. The
It's
Valentina
okay,
just
it's okay. Yeah.
copy the Khalid's ult and then just
But indeed,
boom that, you
that
know.
was quite a turn of events there. BOB taking the early game
The red
stronghold,
team
as
has
you
like
did
good
mention
engager.
earlier, but
Tiggle,
they
a
didn't
very good
do
engager.
anything with that
Cho,
phase, especially,
Cho can just reach the
since
back line
you do
like
struggle a
that
lot.
only.
You have
And
the
Ling is also
crowd control
backline killer,
abilities with the
squishy killer.
Aurora Frigid Glacier and Bane's
Harit,
Deadly Catch. With
Harit is like,
Chip's
you know,
portal here sometimes works in those scenarios,
you think you can
but
kill
it's
Harit,
the
but the
damage
shield just
dealers
pops
here
out
for the
and then
early
Harit
game
just
aren't that
gets
quite
tanky again with the
consistent,
shield.
as
And
they
then
have the
lots
Cho's
of damage
control
from Harit.
abilities and the Tigre's
And Valentina just copying the Khalid
sacred
ult and
hammer
just
or
engaging in the fight,
potion.
stunning
Just too
everyone.
much for the side of BOB to
That's
handle,
it, guys.
especially in those grouped up team fights here. Where the advantage is towards Future We Trust, at least in the surprise effect with the flickers. But yeah, unfortunately, BOB taking loss on that round there. Looking a bit on the stats and itemization here for both teams. For that, though, PG's waiting for us, guys. He's back here. And yeah,
we'll have to take a look at that together. Peachy, how do you like them and how do you enjoy the match? Peachy, your audio.
Am I audible right now?
Yes.
Okay, so that was quite an exciting match, I have to say, because the chip that Argus and in future we trust they actually managed to pick up the aggression to themselves. That was the biggest thing that they actually shown us into this match.
Indeed. And there's engages here, perfect implosions with the flicker. Especially, Chip got caught off so many times in those important team fights. The frontliner being majority the Chip, just, it was too much for BOB to handle, always being down one man. I think August in a lot of scenarios did go for split push instead of those team fights, which did cause a lot of problems later on. So,
To be fair, I would say the only counter to a Tigreal would either, no, not only, would be either a Diggy or an Akai. Because I've seen dads and sons play Akai and completely make Tigreal like, I can't even imagine Akai being a hero that could actually completely make Tigreal useless, because Tigreal is the only hero with the CC, the crowd control ability, rated by Mobile Legends as a
Yo,
complete
Moses Scott,
10.
this is
yep.
a
That's a
tournament, guys.
complete 10, guys.
It's a Nordic
Complete
Cup
10.
tournament.
He has all skill
The
CC.
first match just
He
got
was literally
over. The
negated
second match is going to
completely
start in like
useless
10
by an
minutes.
Akai. Come on, guys, you gotta try Akai.
Indeed, very much agreed. But yeah, I think that'll be all for the first game of today here in the Northeast Cup. There, it was best or bust versus Future We Trust, and representing the state of Mongolia, Future We Trust moving on to the next round. And I think we have more matches to come in the following timeline. But yep, we'll probably be back after a short break. But you have anything to say, guys, before we go?
Nothing much. It was an exciting match, but there's gonna be more exciting matches coming right up after this
Indeed.
short break. Ray,
Oh
having
wait,
you
hang
now.
on. Download the Mobile Legends 5v5. That's it. Download the game, guys. As well as
Yes, sir.
registration slots for the tournament are still open. We just had to put that there. Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll be right back after a short break. That's Crux Massive.
Alright, guys, so while waiting for the second match, let's just play a brawl. Second match is gonna start in maybe like 10 minutes. So let's just play a brawl and wait for the second match. We are gonna play a brawl while waiting for the second match. Come on, enter, man. Report his profile. We're gonna enter. Alright. Yo, give him some good news. Not just. Yeah. No. Chow or Cloud, guys? Chow or Cloud?
Come on, Dexter. It's our showtime.
No, I shouldn't have taken the warrior boots.
Hey there, Dexter says you're ugly, not me.
We have to end this quick, guys. There's no time. Hello, Raiden. Welcome to the stream. Let's go! Okay. Match has started, guys.
Victory!
Alright, let's go back to the tournament, guys.
So it's quite understandable.
Silker is still over the bans here. A lot of XP laners still open in the meta right now, and even the gold laners here with the magic burst dealers, namely the Lunox here, which is quite relevant in a lot of teams. This case, it's going to be a fanny here. Quite a lot of target bans here done by Kizoku.
Definitely, Linwell. They made sure to actually read their enemies, which is highly commendable because not all the teams do this. So I'm really excited to see what they have. On the other hand, definitely the assassins are getting banned. Both are just like getting those respect bans in.
Yep, indeed. Very strong bans here coming in from both sides. And Zohunt also. That's no the relevant meta heroes in the game here, where the Phobius getting banned off. Very strong damage dealer and frontliner for both teams. But okay, Kizoku, surprising Sass ban coming up forwards. But this is going to allow Hanny Pam to go for that easy high lows here in the early game. And this could be an XP high lows, this could be a Roam high lows. Pretty tanky, pretty relevant, pretty strong, and a huge force to be reckoned with, especially if Kizoku is not ready for it.
Linville, look at that. The first bans are already in Team Zohunt. Oh, without wasting any time, they picked up a high loss. That means they will be trading out two of the possible good heroes. Look at that. They are just not wasting any time. The Aurora is coming in, and a Suyu possibly. I'm really liking that Suyu pick, and I think that is a good trade against high lows. Don't you think so,
Oh,
Linville?
yeah, but it looks like it's going to be a Gato Kacha instead. Chiru here locking in the Gato, and with the Revitalize to be added.
Got my heart no
Here from Kizoku, especially a lot of crowd control abilities. You're going to be available for any place in the team fight with a Gathold, and Aurora is just Aurora in general. Just so much crowd control abilities in hand, especially against close to mid rangers here, which we currently have the high-lows as well as the Edith currently being hovered. Could be a little bit relevant onto the Iridial, but Iridial, oh, that's quite rare. No, never mind. Jonathan gonna lock in the Lunox.
Okay, these are some strong picks coming, and look at that. From the side of Team Zohunt right now, they picked up every kind of versatile heroes possible. Played into the gold or maybe to the mid lane, the Edith onto the EXP lane, or maybe the marksman lane as well. So these are the heroes that they are kind of prioritizing right now. That means they do have the high potential. They are in the meta and they are dominating. So these kind of picks are actually expected from these kind of top squads in India, Linwell. With that, I'm looking at a Edith and a high loss, so definitely the high loss is going into the room. Am I right about that, Linwell?
Indeed. That's going to be quite the powerful menace here. Got Totoro there with the Franco. Oh boy. Am I interested for a Franco game once again? And you add the Aurora also in this scenario. It's just going to be quite toxic here with alongside the name as well. But the Banster going to be missed out here by the side of the red team. Kizoku might be having a little bit of internet issues, or maybe is this a strategy? I don't know. Suryo, though, gonna be banned off by Zohunt here. He is a huge force to be reckoned with. You don't want to deal with Suryo alongside all of these huge crowd control heroes, which the current Kizoku has. The bans that are gonna be coming in, and Moskov also as well. But here, Zohan possibly could go for a jungle ban in this case. Hayabusa is still open alongside the Bane, or even the export could be a quite menace towards these healers. So either one of those heroes, maybe even the Nolan. No, never mind. Nolan might not be there, but no, carry. Okay, that is quite a force to be reckoned with.
A Nolan pick, the teams RRE Zohunt might able to pick it up, because I quite think that it could fit into the team comp as their jungler. There's this Aurora who can actually freeze you, but if he's able to dodge that, I think he got that. But on the other hand, there is this Franco as well. Franco with the hard bloody hunt and the Iron Hook as well. That there is this kind of possibilities that one man pickup is always there from the side of team Kizoko right now.
Indeed. And yeah, as you mentioned, it is quite relevant, especially since, you can get that level advantage with the Nolan. But against Totoro here, a Franco, we did see yesterday one of the teams pick up a Franco against the Nolan, and it was just a huge menace in jungle, which this case, can be answered by the Hylos and the Lunox. But, is it a Illusion Chip? No, never mind. It's a Hayabusa. Okay, that Loopy's guys here can lock in the Hayabusa with Prime on the 1-1 here. This is going to be quite an interesting matchup with Mila Toymoy here with the Alpha alongside Wind does hover over the Ixia. There are a lot of potential heroes to be picked. There has to be quite the target pick against this 1-1, because a snowballing 1-1 is just gonna wreck your game, even if you have Franco.
Definitely, Leonel. For a few seconds, I think Loopsy guys actually had our hopes high that he would be going with the YSS strike, but looks like the Hayabusa will be coming into the play from the side of Team RRE Zohan. On the other hand, I have to commend that pick of the Bruno. Bruno against a Hayabusa, you had the last pick. You're looking at your enemies as well. You have a 1-1 against you. Is this the right pick, Linwell?
Oh yeah, baby. I'd say in the early game they do lack a little bit of their damage with Kizoku here lacking in that section. So most of the team fights might be oriented towards goal lane side, and you have to have that advantage against the 1-1. Bruno might be able to shut it down in the early game, mid to late, possibly two shotter if doesn't have the win of nature. But in this case, though, it is quite a fair matchup. But before we go in, PG, which lineup do you think are you gonna be favoring at least for this game?
I am favoring towards Team RRE Zohunt this time because they have the high loss, they have the 1-1, but maybe not so into the early game. We might not see a lot of action coming in, but
Yeah.
those pickups right there, I think this is going to be exciting, Linwell.
Indeed, the potential for RE Zohunt here is quite strong, especially, both teams, they do have these bulky frontliners here with the Hylos as well, the Gacha, both revitalize. So a lot of team fights are going to be happening, at least in the third lane scenario. But we are on to the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Both teams marching down their lanes. And before we go on forward, don't forget to download the game Mobile Legends 5v5 if you want to participate in the tournament, which, by the way, registrations are still open and we have some slots here for the tourney if you want to participate. Two phases of the tournament here. But yep, buffs there. Going to be started off by both teams. On the red side here, blue buff, purple buff, high boost are going to start with the orange buff. Most of them going to meet up in the goal lane side. High lows, Jonathan trying to force out the retribution perhaps very early on. Super toxic, still hovering over that. Not, I think, lagging a little bit maybe in that case. Prime is going on with aggression. Totoro trying to answer back and force hook maybe perhaps not going to be landed though. Iron hook going to be missing. Honeypan here with the engage. Not going to be finding anyone. Forced to go back here. Invades though, coming in very strong here by Jonathan from the side of RE Zohunt. And it's just denying Toymoy all of his early game space here. Hook also not going to be landed, unfortunately. Retribution not going to be used here. No, never mind, doesn't have it, but able to take the red buff. Secure perfectly well.
The high loss is so content. Look at him. He's just going in with the ring of punishment. He's so
Ooh.
aggressive, but looks like the first blood
Yeah.
almost there. And it will be the Aurora picking up the first blood. It was an over aggression coming in from Team RRE Zohan right there because once you
Mhm.
are actually trying to bait out that retribution, he should have backed off, but I think that was just not the play that we Team RRE Zohan wanted to show, but looks like we got it. But on the other hand, the turtle will be spawning up. Right now, there is some kind of a
Uh-huh.
lead onto the side of Team Kaiziko already.
Yeah, blue guys here trying to make a play. They'll not may find that there. Jonathan also trying to walk up forward. Doesn't have to revitalize. Both teams using up the spells. And Turtle, as you mentioned, spawned in. They are ready here for the engage RE Zohan position very aggressively towards Katakacha's side. Can catch him off guard. Super toxic also in blue scenario. But they catch on the Gatachiru here. Force it back off with dash. Dusty Mizo pops in the ultimate, dealing a burst of damage. Flickers out of the Alpha's range here. Honeycomb trying to go in. There's a Hayabusa Quad Shadow coming in. Doesn't commit the Shadow of Eager and goes back instead. Toxicity. Gonna miss out the hook there. As Jonathan backs off forward. Perfect zoning here. Perfect positioning by RE Zohunt.
Definitely, Leonard. They made sure to get the river area control so that he would be, oh, wait a minute, into the sorry, mid lane.
Yeah, I think it's going to survive there. It doesn't have full commitment. Passive procced, so that is quite a turn for RE Zohan here. But Jonathan is just so aggressive, right? He does have the level 4 Toctoro also, but not going to be denied here. And I think just hovering over and just taking so much space here away from Kizuko.
Jonathan is definitely over aggressive, like in those situations that it is not needed. But his zoning ability, his vision giving ability is so on top notch that look at him. He's already giving up a lot of space for the mates to come up slowly, rotating towards the top lane already. Hayabusa already in some kind of position, like he's trying to see if there's anyone he could catch off guard. But that's the role of Hayabusa. That's the thing,
Yeah. Oh, but our hook can be
Oh.
landed on towards the Bruno. Prime getting taken down. Hayabusa here with the Ogi Shadow kill, but dealing a lot of damage. Not going to be finishing off there. Honeypam doesn't have the Abyssal ultimate here, Chaos ultimate to finish them off. They're so low in HP, wants to go in, so tempted. Honeypam playing off the lanes, does have the ultimate, trying to go in. Lopez guys there in the mid lane here, cutting off and engage here with against the Argus, against the but trying to go in. Brilliance ultimate being popped, a lot of damage being bursted down. Win for the Jonathan, but Iron Hood back into the turret. Super Toxic getting a double kill. Kizoku here getting huge trade-offs.
The Butcher is definitely cooking. What an Iron Hook coming in into the top lane. First it was the 1-1, then it was the Lunox. Oh my god, that was a point right on, I have to say, Linville. On the other hand, another turtle will be spawning up. This will be the second turtle. While both the teams are fighting out for the river area control again, Gatotkacha is there for the help, helping his team again. Even Edith is available. This is, I really have to say this is going to be a very exciting battle that would be coming
But
in.
Super Toxic there, getting taken down very early on. There's a mage down for the side of Kizoku here. 3-4 Gallagher's going in onto Jonathan, dealing a burst of damage, but not going to be finding anyone. Instead, going to be flipped by the Edith backwards. And Jonathan here struggling a lot, still so tanky. Edith, they're going to be bursted down. Does pop the ultimate, but Loopy guys here finishing off the turtle on the side here. Miller Toymoy going to be taken down by Dusty Mizo as Clearlands, 5 of members of Zohunt here clearing out Kizoku, ready for a mid-fight. Prime still on the front lines, not really liking off, taking the blue buff, purple buff here. In this case, Retribution not ready yet, and the rest of the team, Kizoku, trying to cancel it, and instead it is going to go to Honeypam for a much needed mana regen.
Oh, I told you this is going to be exciting. Look at that, another engage coming in.
Yeah, very strong here, because pop out the glorious pathway, but Jonathan not going to be finding anyone in the side of the enemy turret here. And quite a difficult scenario. Concealed play though being unactive. Jonathan marching out forward with skill 1, trying to dash Honeypam, dealing a burst of damage with the Chaos Ultimate, but going to get hit down in the turret. Jonathan so low on HP, still survives, does have the revitalize. No, never mind, he was popped already. Prime here, trying to go in with Prime Gaming, dealing a burst of damage, but not going to be finding anyone. There's all members of the side of Kizoku gets in the turret, and the orange buff gets reset at the concealed play by Kizoku, trying to go and force Prime backwards. As Honeypam still in that bush, ready for a disengage, ready for catching off someone. Possibly could be the Bruno. No, never mind. He goes back. And in the bot lane here, Loopy guys getting a turret. Free, scot-free, gets away with the quad shadow. Still mid lane fight here, getting Frigid Glacier being popped out here. Jonathan still tanky and healthy, gets hooked in the turret though. Dusty Mizo gets taken down, then a precise ultimate by Gatotkacha knocks 2 members on the side of Zohan here, but double kill for Honeypam in the back line, dealing burst damage. Loopy guys perfectly on sync with the quad shadows and gets another kill. 3-4-2, still on the fight. Cheru, half HP, wants to go in, but Ryan here calls to back off as the rest of the members are still pushing on towards mid lane. Arizo and their quad shadow being landed perfectly, but not going to have the Ogi shadow for finishing off the deal as both teams reset after that long fight.
A very long fight, Lulu. I was waiting for my turn to speak, but I finally got my chance. It was fight on fight. They were just going aggressive head on. Like both the teams want blood for each other. That is good sportsmanship we are looking at. There we go.
Well, it looks like they're going to go back in with Glorious Pathway and killing spree against Super Toxic. Prime here as well, but a massive hit by the Gatotkacha. Not going to be committed fully. He's all alone in the front line. 3 members. Kizoku so low HP, killing spree for both of them as Prime also gets the kill, but falls in the process. Quad shadow by Hayabusa trying to go in on the Totoro, finish it off, but he's going to survive with half HP. Middle lane turret still being pushed. The rest of the members of RE Zohan gonna take the jungle and perhaps collapse onto this Lord here.
What a team fight coming in. Little, I have to say, and I have to mention how there is this Franco, there is also the Aurora to pin down that Hayabusa or probably the Won as well, and they are rightfully doing so as well. Look at that trade. It was a 1-4-4 trade, not a good trade from the side of Team Kaizoku, but they are still doing so well. They managed to get 7 kills so far, but looks like the Lord already taken into the hands of Team RRE Zohunt. This will be an uncontested Lord because because right now Team Kaizoku, they are lagging behind those gold, even on the kills. It is not favoring them right now. At the max, they could actually do a very successful defense, or they will be losing out the turrets. Losing those turrets at a level 1 lord is really not advisable, and they really should actually cater to that.
Indeed, very much so. The waves are going to be synced perfectly, at least in the mid to the bot side here. Kizoku trying to defend a little bit, but it's relying a lot on this Franco here to land those iron hooks. It's quite difficult there. The Holy Blast kind of coming in and clear out some of the minions here. Lord still strong and healthy. Rest members trying to go in this case, but Zohunt not being able to find it. Frigid Glacier also being popped and vitalized. It's so tanky. Honeypam gets the kill, and there's the 1-1 with the crossbow tank bursting him down. And only 4 members left here. Minions there's the second wave here, pushing on to the mid and bursting down the turret here. Prime pushing on forward, and a massive flicker play by Dusty Mesa flips the Brutal to the backside. Wind going down here. Prime pushing onto the bot lane turret here is looking almost over for the side of Kizoku. As top lane turret also being pushed. Shieru defenses successfully. Jonathan trying to go in with the glorious pathway, but not before there's a suppression here onwards by the Franco or by Honeypam. Shut down. And Hieru getting the kill, but goes back safely. Dusty Mizo with a massive knock up here with Earth Shadow trying to go in prime here. One of the only frontliners left with bursting down. But caught Shadow against Totoro finishes off the deal. Dusty Mizo getting the kill, but they're taking down the process. Lopi's guys finish off 2 members of Kizoku, as only 2 of them are left to defend this push being done by the other 2 members. It's 2v2, Zohunt versus Kizoku. Lobby guys managed to caught Shadow, trying to go in on Toxic, but not going to be finding it. Turret being melted down. Inhibitor, is it just going to go down? No, never mind. Still surviving and healthy. Prime has to back off as the rest of members of Kizoku spawns back.
Prime is just jumping around with that 1-1, left to right, top to bot, bot to mid. Look at him. He was at the the crystal like few seconds ago, and right now he's in the bot. There is this Franco lurking. He might be in trouble, but Jonathan is already up. He's trying to provide those vision. That's what a tank do, and that is what Jonathan is actually doing. He's good at it. On the other hand, that Franco, his iron hooks are on point whenever it hits, but it's like a very hit or miss position that he has. Whenever he gets it, he's just making sure to choking down those 1-1 or the Hayabusa or probably the Edith, but that's just not enough if Team Kaizoku really wants to win this, because there we go, the Luminous Lord already taken down into the hands of Team RRE Zohunt.
Indeed, and here we're already on to 12-minute mark here, and it is quite a goal difference with almost 8 to 9k, I believe so. That's averaged out there. Kizoku has to defend this successfully. They'll match to land an iron hook, but onto the wrong target here. Frigid Glacier coming in, but so tanky. Survives with the right eyes, and the glorious pathway is still immuning it. The burst of damage. Loopy guys gets into the back line and finish up 2 crucial members. 3 Totoro also taken down. He's gonna be a maniac though. Passive big props. Loopy guys not gonna be able to get the quad, and instead third gonna be finished off before the game ends, as already Zohunt takes the victory, takes the dub over Kizoku, and moves on to the next round.
Oh my god, that was basically a maniac, I have to say. If the base wasn't taken down, I'm pretty sure that he would have gotten that.
It's quite unfortunate. But yeah, it was quite an interesting game. Crux was watching along in the sidelines, and which team were you rooting for at the beginning? And in the end, like
for Kaizoku, because of course One Piece.
The One Piece is real.
In the blood, my friend. It's in the blood, but I'm sorry, man. They can't actually live up to One Piece. If Loopsy and Dusty is on their backs 24/7, you have no chance. I'm sorry, man. Kaizoku, you did great. You got a great name. You got a great team. Better luck next time.
Yep. Quite unfortunate there. So Hunter, second up, taking the victory, 2011, I believe so. And it was quite the spectacle to watch the BG almost have a chance to catch, because there are team fights after team fights, so many scenarios. And I believe at least Zohan, they had the aggression from the early game in the start with Jonathan there on the high lows. It was just not letting any space to be given onto Kizoku, which, is the lack of control. Because of that, the Aurora and the Franco, you lack the punishment for the high lows, and if you're not landing those iron hooks, it's a very tough call. Especially even if you have the bloody hunt there, the rest of the team have already Johan. They're just going to come on if you. I mean, it's just going to be the initiation for the rest of them to start off. But yeah, that was quite the game to watch. Yeah.
Hello, you guys all over India competing for a chance to, participate in that LAN event that's going to be held in Guwahati. And like I said, knockout tournaments. That means if you lose, you are out. Now I'm joined for the match number 3 by two amazing casters. We have Ray on the desk here along with Smiling. Say hello, you guys.
Hi,
Hello,
Jinx. How are you
everyone.
doing?
Okay, so these two are going to be casting the game for you all. Um, so what do you guys think? How are you guys feeling, right? It's day number 2. I don't think you guys casted the day number 1, but I'm sure you're excited for this time around. What are you guys expecting in this match?
I mean, we have two of the best teams so far, and this time it's going to be Nagaland players coming in. So, yep, I am having a lot of expectations coming in, and definitely it's going to be exciting because it's a knockout round. People just come in, they are going to show how they, you know, take over the victory to the next stage. So, yep, I am excited. And although we didn't cast yesterday, we did witness a lot of amazing matches. And so are we going to do right now?
Yep, and I'm also excited to be joining both of you tonight for Northeast qualifiers. And just like you guys have mentioned, this is going to be a knockout round for both teams. And so both teams have to put their best if they wish to proceed to the next rounds. Single eliminations always bring out the most excitement because this is where you don't get any chances. So teams will have to put in their best and we'll have to wait and see. And let's see what will happen as we'll proceed to the draft phase. I think soon enough. And thank you for that brilliant introduction, Jinx. And it is just huge pleasure to be here on the day two of the Northeast Cup qualifiers.
So we're excited to start with the match, guys. Meanwhile, though, before we start, you guys can download the MOBA 5v5 from the Play Store. Make sure you do that because registrations for this tournament is still open. We want to see you guys play. And speaking of
Mhm.
playing, we are ready for the teams, you all. This is going to be 5 Eagles versus the Upper Moon State, and they both are from Nagaland. So I'm going to let Ray as well as Smiling take it away from here, guys. Good luck.
Absolutely. And we are heading straight into the draft phase. Both teams representing the Nagaland, and I hope the fans as well as people from the Nagaland are will be supporting their respective teams as we are already in the draft phase. I have already mentioned it, but still, let's see what both teams have in their table, and we'll be in for an exciting match. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am Ray again, and smiling since both of these teams, I think this is my first time, casting for them. I'm excited to see what kind of strategies they will be pulling up for. So, what do you think? Will we see the standard bans, or there could be any respect bans coming in? What do you think, Smiley?
I mean, I have seen Five Eagle play in a lot of tournaments, but the Upper Moon, they have. But again, they are new. So, yeah, both the drafts look interesting. Mostly, they might just go in with the standard bands. But, let me just tell once again on the blue side, it is Five Eagles. And on the red side, it's going to be the Upper Moons. We can already see the ban phrases up. There is that Ling being banned. We don't want to see a Ling assassin. That hyper is a chaos, complete chaos. I mean, who is going to stop the link, the templates of blade just charging in, rotating the whole map at once, and making sure that no one escapes from that link's vision. So, yep, Link Jungler is a very strong ban coming in with that. We can see that Phobius was being banned out by Upper Moons. I mean, Phobius in the EXP after the revamp, he just goes unstoppable. That ultimate spam coming in from him with that vengeance, with that true damage, there is no stopping him. So yep, a very strong XP laner. I do agree with that ban, but so far we can see a Zuxin ban. Although Zuxin had few of the spells resetted by the game because of she was not able to hold the mana, but after the recent patch she has kind of nerfed down. She has the team potentiality, but again, as a solo player, I don't think she can do much. But again, Zoshin is actually a good ban if I speak about it. So yeah, there is a Ruby ban as well. So I think so far they are going good.
Yep, and just like I mentioned, it is honestly the meta bans at this point, the Ling as well as the Phobius, Ruby, they're all understandable, contenders in the Land of Dawn, and banning them out is the best options for both teams. Very understandable coming in. And for now, I think, just like you mentioned, the Chushin, she is kind of a little bit of a nerf, but the lane clearing has been improved a lot. So I think some teams still face the trouble when facing against her, and they just decided to ban her out. And we've already finished in with sorry, we still have one more ban coming in from the side of Five Eagles, and let's see what it will be. Oh no, actually they missed out one ban. It almost went over my head because I didn't pay. Sorry, it was my mistake. But we are coming in with, I think, it will be a Hayabusa. It is the Ninja Boy being locked in from the side of Five Eagles, considering this, there is a slight a bit of a nerf from his side because his animation has been made faster. So what happens now, if you have Wind of Nature, you can completely nullify the damage coming in from Hayabusa's Ugi Shadow Kill. That is why some people have kind of, lowered him in the priority, but uh, he's still a menacing foe to be facing in the Land of Dawn. So only time can tell because we have seen great performances throughout the first day of.
Um, Ray, let me
Yeah.
just pause you because
Yes.
one of the players just left the lobby, and we
Oh,
might have to restart
oh.
this game because it's 5v4. So we'll just have to hold on our horses, guys, because we will be back with the draft phase. We will be back with the same teams again. Just a short break, and yep, we will be back. That was maybe a small miscommunication, but no worries because you will see these teams play in
Oh,
just
oh,
a short while.
okay.
Uh, I mean, that was a bit sad. You don't want to be playing a 4v5 match here. Not sure what happened with Upper Moons. I thought we started on time, but it's fine. Guys, we're going to keep talking about the draft for now. I'm going to ask you guys what you thought about the ban so far. We're going to let them change it up, but we have to discuss it, right? We saw some of the meta bans coming in, especially with that Ling getting banned out. The Ruby gets banned out. Zushin. Now, Zushin was the ban I wanted to talk about. What do you guys think about that ban? Because right now in the meta, I feel like she's really lacking, especially in the damage department.
I do agree with you. Actually, she is lacking a lot at this point, and by the time she is there to, just lift one of them, she is already dealing damage from the enemy side, and there is no backing out. So, yep, I think that ban was actually not necessary, but yeah. I think Ray, I'm not sure about the Terizla ban. I mean, I agree he is a strong EXP laner, but after the nerf, do you think he was, valid ban?
Well, honestly, you are completely right because the Tesla ban doesn't make that much sense considering the recent nerfs. I mean, some people do not even put him in the priority anymore, considering that the early game is where you shine the most, mainly because of, well, if you cannot, perform well early on, the enemy will snowball you. And once the snowball starts, especially due to people buying the Sky Piercer, it is really hard to sustain against those damage dealers. But at the same time, some teams know how to utilize the late game heroes, and they have, right now the meta also shifts. It's just a little bit of a balance because it is easy to snowball with the Sky Piercer on many heroes as well as many early game potential heroes, but at the same time the new bounty system, it is very beneficial for people that want to make a comeback. Once you make a shutdown onto the people, you'll be able to make the comeback. Not to mention Terisla is weak early game, so yep, this ban does not make that much of a sense, but I guess they do not want to risk the very tanky fighter in the later phases of the game, and that is why the ban could be coming in from their side. So I think it could be a respect worthy ban because some people do their researches, do their homework, and know what the strength of the opposing team can be, and that is why they ban it out. But only time will tell because I think we'll have a restart with the fifth player coming back in. Well, I apologize from my side. I actually thought it was a bug on my end that I was not able to see the fifth player, but then I realized it was actually perhaps some technical issue from the end of the player, and he was not present in the game. Well, it is Mobile Legends 5v5, not 5v4, so we'll have to, be fair with them. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, do download the game because I just mentioned it same. So I think we should be back soon with the technical issue be resolved, right, Jinx?
That is true. We're going to be back soon. We're going to wait for the teams to be back because
Mhm.
this we don't have an option to like leave them in the tough phase, right? They need to play the game. They need to surrender. So we're going to wait it out for the teams here. Meanwhile, though, we were talking about the Terisla ban coming in. You spoke quite a bit about it, and I have to really talk about it. He is tanky, but he lacks in the damage department. I think maybe in the previous meta he was pretty good, but I would have probably banned the Khalid instead, right? That's something you want to be banning out. He is just such an annoying hero, especially with that heal coming in from his second skill. Um, we are waiting for the teams to come back, guys. Otherwise, though, what are you guys expecting? We saw the Hayabusa get picked up pretty quickly. Ling was banned out. Not sure if they're going to be banning out the same heroes this time around because somewhere in there I saw a Layla ban. Right, so we have to wait and see what they ban out this time around. Hopefully, the fifth player is back because we are excited for this match. But like I was asking, Smiling, what do you think, right? What do you think they're going to be going for? I hope they don't ban out the Zushin, but I hope for something else. I hope for an Alice ban, maybe a Harith ban, because those are some of the more annoying heroes you have to deal with in the land of Dawn.
I mean, I agree with that. They could actually have gone for Ruby ban as well. And knowing that Edith, we just witnessed her in the last game, she just went in and knocked off few of the enemies towards the teammates, and it was so hard to deal with that. So, yep, I mean, there are many ban options, but again, the ban first phase of ban is very limited. You see, we get only three bans, and then we get the first three priority picks. That's the chance where, but the teams can actually plan their whole draft. Like I always say in the tournament, the game is 20%, but the draft is 80%. So it's completely, how you're drafting out your team, how things work out. So it is very crucial first three bands because you get only six bands, and figuring out what you need, what you don't need. It's a very tough choice, to be honest.
That is true. Now I think the teams are ready. I think we can start it up. It was a bit of a break where we were sort of yapping along, but I think the viewers want to see the match right now. Once again, you guys, it's five Eagles versus the Upper Moon, and they both are from Nagaland, representing the state of Nagaland. We are ready to go once again into the draft phase, and I'm going to let Ray and Smiling take it over from here. You guys, let's start.
Yep,
Yep, we'll
guys,
take it
welcome
over.
back. Yep,
Yep, welcome
welcome
back.
back. Okay.
We are interested.
Okay, you can go in, Ray. I'll talk
Okay,
after
okay,
you.
definitely. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. There was a technical issue facing from the fifth player of the side of the upper moons. We thought, actually, I thought it was an issue on my hand, but anyways, we are back and the game was restarted. But anyways, we are back into the draft phase again. Five Eagles on the blue side as well as Upper Moon on the red side. Let's see what they will be doing this time as the game is, good to go this time. Anyways, I think we'll see similar bans coming in because they have to follow that procedure, except for the Lala ban. I think they did that because they kind of realized that this game would be restarted. But still, let's proceed, and we'll have, like, I think they should maybe speed run the ban section, maybe not. It depends on what they're deciding to do so. But only time will tell. Oh, yes, they will be following with the similar ban as before, and we'll probably see the Hayabusa, and we'll have to wait it out. Until then, Smiling, you can say a few words to the audiences, like, remember the thing, like, they need to, they should join this tournament because there's so many spots still left. Registrations are still open. You can mention that definitely.
Yep, registrations are still open and people can actually still go in for it because it's still knockout round, guys. You have the chance. You can get your team forward and you can challenge yourself. I mean, you don't have to come in and try to go on the top. It would actually be a fun learning experience for you and your teammates to just come in and register yourself, knowing where you lack and where you don't. So it is a good opportunity. I do recommend people to join in, get your friends in. It will be a good communication. And yep, the bands so far are similar, but is Khatut Kacha, was he banned in the last phase? Is my question.
Nope, the Gadot Kacha was not banned out. I think they didn't, there wasn't any ban coming in actually. That is why I mistook that perhaps there was an FK disconnection issue on the team five Eagles, but it was the other side. But anyways, since everything has been resolved, we'll be following with the game smoothly. And this time they are going to be doing the proper bans out, and it is the Gototkacha this time from the side of five Eagles. Considering his presence in the meta has recently climbed up a lot, and people have finally understood the potential of one of the Indian legends, and so it is really nice to see this guy. If you see Gatot Kacha bad like few seasons ago, people would think like you're maybe lower tier player, you do not like understand the meta, but right now people actually emphasize on the Gatot Kacha band because of how versatile he can be. He can play the XP, he can even go to tank, and some people even play him full burst magic damage, which gives him insane amount of regeneration, and that is something not many people want to face off against. So he will just be banning him out. Then Hayabusa being locked in again with the Khalid as well. And backing up with a point that you said last time, Khalid also, like I think Khalid and Gadot Kacha, both heroes currently are at the top of the meta of the explainers. It is sad to see Terizla falling down from his glory, but the throne is not always permanent. Other people take it up, and it is the Khalid being locked in again. Are you happy to see Khalid being locked in this time, Smiling?
Yep, definitely. Khalid is a very strong EXP laner, and it's nice to witness him in the map because he just bursts out immediately on the enemies, and the fact that he has that HP region gain skill also, it's so he's you're attacking him and he's standing right there on your face and
Yep.
healing himself. I mean, can
Yep.
you imagine that feeling? If you're playing Khalid, it's like, man, I'm the boss. That's the kind of feeling you get. So yeah, the Khalid, very strong pick, and a Lunox mid laner. I do agree. She is a very, very strong mage. Although there was a time where she had that insane amount of damage, you could just push her to the jungle lane, mid lane, gold lane, and she'd burst out everyone immediately. So yep, she was nerfed, but not nerfed enough to, like forget her in the ban phase or draft phase. She can still be picked and she can burst out the enemy so badly that they will be, be thinking, what did I do? But seeing that they have gone in with that Aurora pick, so Lunox is going to be in the goal with that Harith. So I think they are a very, very strong components for the goal lane. Come on, it's Harith. Who is going to,
Yep.
burst him out? Definitely, it's going to be the Lunox. So they are a very strong competitors for each other. They can, burst out
Mhm.
anyone or anything coming in the way. Meanwhile, we can see that Aurora in the mid lane, I do agree, she is very strong. She can just go in with the, freezing freeze and just, make sure that most of the players are just freezed out so harshly that her teammates get an advantage, she get an advantage. So it's definitely a plus point, but we can see a Minsitar pick coming in now. The point here is, I know Minsitar is there, but again, they can shift him to the EXP as well as the roam. So yeah, they have a plus point. So it's again based on the draft. They can switch him very easily, and the second draft phases begin. We can see that Tigreal is being banned out, Nolan is being banned out. Right now, Team Upper Moon is lacking a hyper, so it's smart that they ban out the hyper and tank ban, where both the teams are actually missing a roamer. They are limiting the roamer pool for each other.
Yep, they have banned out the roamers like two tanks, and with the chip ban, that is three tanks. I almost forgot the teleporting raccoon being not open so far. I thought maybe one of the teams would be picking him quite early on if he was open, but seems like both teams have different strategies under their hands and they do not wish to utilize the double-edged sword that Chip is. With Chip, you can teleport five of your teammates, and completely make the game into a five versus one in any lane. But at the same time, there is an issue with Chip. Your enemies can also teleport with his skills. So I think many people do not, want to take that gamble, and many teams just decide to ban him out. And we are just seeing that. And backing off with what you said, the Minsitar, I think it's a little bit of an odd pick considering the place that he has in the meta right now. I think Minsitar is best utilized in the goal lane with the Trinity build. It makes him a really fast stunner. Like 1 second of his second skill, and you're permanently stunned inside the King's Calling. And that is why Minsitar is mostly played in the goal lanes. But I think some people also like to utilize his fighter side because, after all, he is indeed a fighter. But I think he lacks in that department because you cannot stun as fast as you could if you were in the goal lane, getting all that funnel, all the items that you required. But anyways, with the the ban phase already over, the tank's been banned out, and Aura picked on the side of the upper moons, and Xborg as well. And the side of Five Eagles are responding with the Vexana and a Matilda combo. I was low-key expecting there could be a Carmilla combo coming in, considering the amount of, you know, combinations they could have done, but they're deciding to go with the safer option. It is the Matilda with her Eagle ultimate, making sure they can log into one person or retreat at the same time. There's only 30 seconds or so left until we see the last pick coming in from the side of Team Upper Moons. And after that, the draft will be finalized and we will see what compositions both teams are running. And 5 seconds or so left. Let's see what the Upper Moons are cooking up with. Oh, I just mentioned Carmilla, and there we go. It is instead picked up by the side of the Upper Moons. And now that the draft has been finalized, which draft do you favor a little bit more, Smiling?
I mean, both the team look great in the composition, position, and every aspect of the map sense. But honestly speaking, I feel the Upper Moon might have a little advantage because they have that X-Bog in the jungle. Although Hayabusa is a very strong jungler, he is an assassin himself. He can melt them down, but he needs the farm. He needs some time. It is mainly depending on how. I mean, if I talk about the rotations, okay, Matilda, she can, take her guiding wings and make sure that the rotations are done pretty easily, pretty quick. They can go in for a lot of rombo combos in that state, knowing that there is Minsitar, Harith, and Vexana. With that Hayabusa, they have a lot of opportunities, okay? But the fact that Upper Moon has that Khalid in the EXP who can just burst out, and Brunox making sure she can burst out, she can actually even, make sure that Hayabusa's shadow kills are, just gone in waste with the light form. And Aurora, just freezing out most of the heroes right there. Carmilla with the curse of blood. Xbox just, popping his ultimate right in that curse of blood. They have advantage, but again, like I always say, it depends on the team composition, their fights, their rotation, their positioning, and everything matters. So, yep, guys, we are in the land of dawn, and the game has begun. This is the knockout round. We can see two of the amazing team from Nagaland. That is going to be Eagle 5 and Upper Moon. But look at that! Look at that! The team fight has already started. Matilda very low will be forced to use the flicker just to escape.
Yep, and she wasted her resource quite early on. Flicker is a valuable resource for the roamer because it is the escape as well as the initiation that you require in the early phases. And only time will tell which team will be able to execute it better. But from the early engages, it looks like the side of the Upper Moons is seeing in a little bit of a more advantage. Matilda really needs to play it safe because she does not have her flicker. I think she's playing way too aggressive and she will be punished. First blood for the side of the Upper Moons who secure the Matilda, the first blood on them. And I think that was a little bit of a, overextension coming in. What do you think of that, Smiling?
Yep, actually, it was not completely an overextension. She was trying to get the vision, but the fact that Upper
Mhm.
Moon had a very good positioning in the board where,
Yep.
they were just waiting and they knew that Matilda would come, they would bait her out very easily, knowing that the flicker was used the first time. It was very easy to catch them. But right now, Upper Moon really are in good position. They are still trying to, make sure that Matilda tries to stay in her limits because the first turtle is up and we can see both the hypers are level 4. They are positioning themselves, but right now Upper Moon are in good position. They
Oh,
have been there, but yep, there might be a team fight coming in.
Oh, Hayabusa, he might have used his shadow quite early on. The Frigid Glacier coming in to 4 people. Vexana being taken down. Hayabusa securing the turtle at the nick of time, but it won't be worth it. It was the first turtle. The golden EXP wouldn't matter much considering the amount of kills they just gave out. An EXP would matter much considering the amount of kills they just gave out. A 3-4-0 trade really, really pushing them back. And I think the gold will also, 1000 gold efficiency, and it matters a lot. Many people might say, like, it might not, but this is still only 3 minutes into the game, and giving it out so early on, instead of, I think, the turtle, they should have prioritized on a pickoff considering they have the Hayabusa, but instead they went for a team fight exchange for the turtle. Only time will tell if that was, worth it or not, because in my opinion, that was a little bit of an over-engage. And Matilda actually needs to know one thing. She does want to, give out the vision to her team, but she is a support. She does not have the tankiness in the early phases. Even in later phases, she will remain quite squishy because after all, she's a support and she needs to be careful of that positioning and make sure she does not give out those kills to the opposing team. Khalid with the 3 kills after the engage, he is a little bit of a fed up. He will have the advantage over the Minsitar on the XP lane, and only time will tell as the gold lane seems to be the focus of the side of the Upper Moons as 3 people are waiting patiently in the bush.
I mean, I like that they are prioritizing that Harith because in the after the mid game phase, Harith is going to be a huge chaos. The damage he will deal, the magic damage he is going to have, is going to be such a trouble 4v2 situation in the bot. The rotation coming here is so good because Vexana is lacking. If she's not going to be here for the team because the Curse of Blood is going to be used, they are going to try and dive in, and Harith will be taken down by Aurora. Man, what a skirmish coming in. Vexana again is lead, and they don't realize this because it is going to be a huge payoff.
Yep, and the glowing one already being purchased from the, I think, Aurora, and the itemization coming in early because of their kill count. Oh, Hayabusa is looking for an engage, but I think, oh, securing the kill. I think there was a great communication coming in, knowing that the brilliance has been used from the Lunox and securing a kill onto their boards as 1-5 score is still on that scoreboard. The side of the upper bones are looking for an engage onto that turtle. They are trying to make sure they get it as fast as possible, trying to make sure the Hayabusa does not have the opportunity to steal it, and this will be an uncontested turtle for the side of upper moons as they take it without any issues and looking for an engage already. They are quite hungry. They know they have the advantage, the gold as well as the EXP and even a few items. Oh, but look at Minstar. He's trying to make a play into the top. The Raging Sandstorm coming in. Khalid trying to retreat as fast as possible, and I think he will have his second skill ready if there was an engage, but he decides to not make a gamble and he will just be retreating to the fountain to regenerate most of his HP. And looks like the side of the 5 Eagles will look for maybe a top push, but only, oh, mid lane already. There is an engage onto Hayabusa, but he uses the shadow. Oh, retribution coming in from that export, using the last insanity and getting the kill onto the Hayabusa, and a jungler trading the kill for the jungler. Oh, even a gold lane. Oh my god, the side of Upper Moons are showing absolute dominance as they are able to take down their respective enemies. The jungler from the jungler, the gold lane from the gold lane, and things are not looking good for the side of 5 Eagles as they're sitting at a gold deficit of 3,000 right now.
Yep, that is a lot of goal difference because it's just 6 minutes and looks like Mindstar is going to be in trouble. He will pop his ulti out, but will he be able to get something? Oh my god, he almost tried, but nope, he will be paying down because that was 3v1 situation. Look at the way they are forcing in with the aggression. They are going for the push, they are going for the objectives. And Lunox just busted out that Matilda as well as that Harith. Man, what is going on with this map? Because there is no stopping of the Upper Moon. They are just going in for the kills. They are so hungry at this time. They're snowballing and everything. Even the mid tier is going to go down. Almost there with 0 HP, but Hayabusa might be in trouble. Not really. I mean, Khalid is low. Is this an overextension? Because Khalid right is not in position. I mean, there is his teammates, but really, oh.
Well, I
Okay.
think, he does have the Sandstorm skill onto him and he will regenerate most of his HP. And I think he is going for the tank build, so he knows that he will be able to sustain any damage that will be coming onto his side. I mean, we also discussed it in the draft phase. The Khalid will just insult you with his healing. He will just be sitting in his HP sand pool and you will be dealing damage and he will just be getting all of his health back. That is such a broken skill in my opinion, and that is why he has climbed into one of the top EXP laners, and it's really showing. Despite the Minsita's great hooks, the great King's Calling being used inside the turret, he's not able to burst down Khalid, who's just way too tanky, way too sustaining for his side, and he will just be forced to sit inside the turret as looks like the side of the upper boons are looking for an engage into the XP lane because they already know the gold lane has been taken down and they are looking for an engage. Even the bot lane, Lunox using up the Brilliance ultimate soon, trying to get out of the way. Hayabusa might be in for a Ugi Shadow kill and a shutdown coming in. Great priority targeting from the jungler of the side of 5 Eagles because getting the shutdown will give them a little bit of a gold. And you can see the gold difference was around 5 to 4,000. I think it has come down a little bit, but still not enough. They need to do a bit more of a priority targeting because you have the assassin, you have the Hayabusa onto your team, and you need to make sure you utilize him most by taking them down one by one. But right now, Hayabusa can only really target the Aurora, who also has a passive, and the I think we might be seeing engaged. No, Hayabusa is just trying to poke in, and we'll have to wait patiently as, oh no, I think the side of Upper Moons, they are not patient. They're still looking for poking and anyway smiling. Like, what do you think for the side of the 5 Eagles should be doing right now? I think the Lunox priority works, but other than that, what do you think they should do?
I mean, there is lot they can do, but looks like they are going
Oh
for
my
fight
god.
and
Oh my god.
Intisar will be taken down. Double kill coming. That is triple kill. Will
Oh.
there be a maniac? Oh, that was a steal of maniac. Pressure that Aurora, the freeze coming in by her is so perfect, so great. The first Lord is up and they're going in with that contest free. Aurora just making sure Hayabusa is right there. Not even trying to come out with that Carmela going in first. Will they be able to get nothing? No, they were just trying to make sure they stay in their turrets and not come out for that Lord. Definitely, this is the first Lord. It's not going to have much. Of advantage, but it definitely has an advantage. They can go in for the push, they can do a lot of things. The fact that Minzitar actually landed a perfect ultimate right there was so good. I mean, they tried, but the goal difference, the itemization is still lacking at this point. And this time, I feel like they're going to pressure that goal lane because that Khalid is farmed. He has got two triple kill. Again, Minzitar trying to go in for that Khalid. Will he get that Khalid? Not really. I mean, there is no stopping of Khalid. Can they? He just healed himself up right there. Although Hayabusa is in trouble, the first Lord is marching from the mid. We might see a possible team fight. But the fact that Upper Moon are actually, making sure they're getting turrets as well as the kills, because the goal difference is just peaking at this point. The snowball coming is so good. Look at that flicker ultimate coming in by that Aurora, making sure that they are freezed. And Lunox going in with that light form gets nothing. So many flickers used, so many spells used. The Lord is gone, but man, they did try so hard.
The Aurora and the Lunox is just playing so aggressive. Like they're mages, but they're playing off like assassins right now. They are heading inside the base with their flickers, with their ultimates. They do not care. They are just flexing their goal difference as well as the EXP gap that they have created through the sheer domination as well as their coordinated team fights. The Carmela's Curse of the Blood Moon and Aura's Freezed Glacier just creating all the opportunities for the Xbox to use his last insanity to deal the true damage. And Khalid coming in with his Raging Sandstorm and finishing most of the enemies. We've seen them utilize this strategy multiple times. And for the side of the Fight Eagles, they are not able to have any answer back, any call, they are not able to respond to these engages. They do have the Matilda, but she's also getting frozen because her spell is in cooldown. She does not have purification either. So they're getting stuck inside that freeze. They're getting stuck inside the Curse of the Blood Moon. And those things being repeating again and again, it does not look like a good thing for the side of Fight Eagles, as they will just be patiently waiting inside the comfort of their bases. But Hayabusa is trying to make a split push play, but it will be completely denied because the map control has went to the side of the Upper Moon completely. It almost feels like an extremely one-sided game.
Eliminators out and will eventually and surely take down the base. Scared yet? What an awesome 25-minute game this is.
Oh my god, it just went on forever. Neither of these teams wanting to give up, but finally the Tigreal can easily sleep down in the enemy fountain as eliminators pick up the win. And it also came down to the exact same fact where you just saw Dads and Sons trying to make a play over in that top lane, but it was just how disruptive entire ET played, and there was no one to protect Invoker as well as Breastplate in that situation.
To be honest, it's impressive how Invoker didn't die anymore, or how Breastplate also did not die more than just 5 and 4 times respectively. But again, kudos to Art for the patience. Kudos to Crisis for knowing when to be aggressive, even if he died, more than a handful of times. And to Lord Insane, who just died once. Again, 25 minutes, dying once.
And that is when his buff is being invaded, by the way, on the Fanny. It's actually just bizarre. At the same time, you could not stop praising his skills on that one hero.
It's impressive. I wouldn't blame him if he first picked the Fanny again. Like if ever I ended up here with you guys and I see Lord Insane pick the Fanny first, by all means.
I mean, yeah, he actually did a phenomenal job in that. But again, both the drafts coming down, trying to analyze as to what happened in that entire game, they kind of had that one win condition fact, right? You want a big crowd control setup by Art and Legend if you're eliminators, and on the other side, you want Doom to give you a big heavy spins that catches probably two or maybe three, and then you burst them down. There was no other layering on top of it, and that's where I think so that in terms of draft.
Yep, and we are here. And what do we see that right now? Team Upper Moon are so highly dominating. They have the map control, they have everything. Although, again, Hayabusa might be making some flawless mistakes because he is up there doing what? I don't know. I really don't know. Because it is the Lord marching from the top, and this time this is going to be the third Lord, and it is a very enhanced Lord. Will they be able to defend? Is my question because this is a very, very hard defense because Hayabusa is there, although the 5v5 situation is here, the Lord is huge and it's going to be really hard to stop them. The glacier will be used out, the curse of blood will be used out, people just going in the right form, making sure going in, and two people already down. Nope, it's going to be three people down, so hard to defend, two people surviving. Will they be able to manage here? I don't really think it's so hard. So they are trying, and I don't think they are going to actually defend.
Yep, and the Nexus being taken down from the side of
Bit of a domination, definitely
Mhm.
from the side of Team Upper Moon. But before we say anything, I do have to apologize to you guys. A bit of a glitch happening on, but you guys asked for Leo, and we showed you guys Leo. A bit of a cameo there. We showed you guys credit too.
cameo.
So we're just helping you guys out. We're just helping you guys out in the middle of game. I understand it was a bit heartbreaking, especially because it was a bit of a tense time where the stream sort of glitched. But it's fine, you guys. Victory goes to the Upper Moon side now. complete domination, right? Upper Moon, especially with that Lunox in the gold lane, they just let her get fed and she was knocking them down like they were bowling pins. What do you guys think, Smiling Ray? You guys cast the whole match. Like, what do you guys think went wrong from the side of Five Eagles?
I mean, the
Well,
Matilda was
I think yes, yes, Smiling, go ahead.
I mean, Matilda was there, but she was a support. The fact that Akumun actually pressurized on the turret so much, making sure it's not being farmed. That Matilda is for dot guard. There was Vixana with the deletion coming from him. Her actually was not so great. She was in the mid lane while they were pressurizing the board. It was 4v2 situation. They needed members, but there were no members. And by that, the Lunox and Aurora were getting farmed so highly. I mean, at a point, it felt like Lunox and Aurora were the assassins of the game. They, just used their flicker to bait out the enemies, to kill them, to chase them to that death. So they actually were dominating so goodly, and the map control was so insane. It's just prioritizing the team fights, which actually mattered. And I think somewhere where Eagle were lacking.
Mm.
Yeah,
Ray, what
I
are your
absolutely
thoughts?
agree with you. Yep. Was just about to say, like, I think the side of team, the five Eagles, they were lacking in the priority targeting, as well as I think there was a little bit of a draft gap, considering they did utilize the Minstar quite well, but Minstar on the XP lane, he was getting absolutely dominated by the Khalid, who also got a triple kill in the early game. I was also mentioning the Carmilla in the early phases of the draft, saying that there could be a lot of combinations made, considering there are both the queens in the game, the Vexana, the Aurora, and one of the teams could have utilized, and it was the side of the upper moons who used it to their utmost potential. Anytime there was a team fight, the Curse of the Blood Moon with the Frigid Glacier was absolutely devastating for the opposing side, 45 Eagles. And like, even if they were doing a good marking into the Lunox, it was just not sufficient enough. There was nobody being able to take down the Exborg and his Firaga armor. There was nobody to take down the Khalid even once. And with such, invincible gameplay coming in from their side, there was no question that the side of the five Eagles had that much chance to make a comeback, as they, even after 17 minutes getting most of their items, there wasn't sufficient enough damage coming in from their side. And unfortunately, they lost the game. But ladies and gentlemen, do not worry. Both teams are representing Nagaland. So one team is proceeding on to the next round. This is a single elimination. So that's what makes games so exciting. The Upper Moons really showing that they are here to stay, and Five Eagles will have no choice but to go home at this point. But you know what? There are so many more exciting games to come, because there is another game coming in soon. And I think both teams are also from Nagaland. And I can't just wait to watch which teams will be proceeding on to the next game. I would like to mention one thing, that I am from Assam myself, in Guwahati. So this is such a big thing for me, because it is going to be a land tournament, and it will be held in Guwahati. So I will be there to, I will be present as a caster, as an audience, or whatever, but only time will tell. But anyways, the registrations are still open. You can still join in. Well, it can be that you can want to prove from your region, or you can just enjoy the skins in the tournament lobby, dear viewers. So download the game and enjoy the anniversary rewards that are still going on. And that is it all from my side. And Jinx, you can take it up.
True, you guys. So we're excited to see you for the LAN part, especially Ray. You might get to see him there. Might get to say hello to him. Meanwhile, we did take a bit of time, so we're going to go into the next match very soon. We're going to go
Yep.
into the break. Upper Moon Demons go on into the next round here. Meanwhile, though, while we're in the break, take the time to download the game, guys. Download MOBA 5v5, make some friends, and join the Northeast Cup. We're excited to see you guys play. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back. We are thrilled to have you with us for an action packed day of competition. Yes, guys, welcome back to the Northeast Cup online qualifiers. It is round one, day two, and this is going to be the match number four. So get ready for the exciting day of the game because we have thrilling raw knockout rounds where each match is a single elimination round. One loses and you're out. So far we have seen some amazing team competing each other. The fact that this time they are here to represent their state, so it is a very well gameplay coming in as the match unfold. Keep an eye on the standout player. One great move can change everything. Strategy and quick thinking will be the key to success today, so don't miss out on any action and download Mobile Legends 5v5. So the game link is in the description. Join us for the thrilling battles, unforgettable play, and a chance for you to vote for your favorite team. And yep, let the game begin. This is me smiling, and with me today I have Jinx and Ray.
All right, thanks for the introduction, Smiling. Now, Ray, I'm excited, right? It's gonna be day number two, match number four here. Divine Regime versus Tribal. The teams are ready, they're gearing up. But I do wanna know, Ray, the previous match, right? Pretty exciting, but one-sided. What are you looking forward to in this game? I'm sort of looking to, equality. I want to see them fight each other out, right? I want to see some brawls happening because Tribal Bretter showed it to me one-sided. What are you looking forward to in this game? I'm sort of looking to, equality. I want to see them fight each other out, right? I want to see some brawls happening because Tribal Bretter showed it to me.
Yep, tribal exists in this game, and I'm hoping we would see some brawl happening in between both of the teams. As you mentioned, the last game was completely, one-sided. On the side of the Upper Moons, they were dominating the opposition really, really well with their coordination, and the side of the Five Eagles, they were not able to respond that much. And it was kind of a sad to see. I mean, the game quite dragged on a little bit into 17 minutes, I think, but it was still one-sided. And well, it was an enjoying game, but just like you mentioned, I'm looking forward to see an equal exchange, a game where you cannot really predict which team as the both teams soon, soon.
True. I think we're ready. I think we're ready to go up into the draft phase now. We're going to see Divine Regime versus Tribal here. Both of them from Nagaland, representing their state in the Northeast Cup. Meanwhile, though, Ray, did you say you were from Guwahati?
Yep, I am from Guwahati myself, living in here. So that is why I'm so excited to be joining and casting for this tournament in the qualifying rounds because, the LAN tournament is happening in my city. And I am just so excited to, to see this happening. It has been such a long dream of mine that someday, Mobile Legends 5v5 would make the sports into our city. And it has finally come true. And it will be such a I can't even express it in words. I'm just really happy to be part of this community, casting for it, playing this game, and with that, enough of me. The draft phase has already begun. We are seeing the chip being banned out. And what do you predict could be happening between both of these teams from Nagaland? Will be duking it out. And with that, you can take it, Tell me, what is your prediction? Will we see any respect bans like the Turizla in the previous match?
I'm not sure though. I was going to say the
Mhm.
Harith. I'm not even kidding. I was going to say the Harith is going to
Wow.
get banned out. And he does. He gets banned out as soon as possible. We saw it last game. It didn't work out. But he
Mhm.
is still a very good option in the gold lane, right? He's very, like deals lots of damage, can farm up pretty fast, lots of dashes and hard to catch. He's a slippery, slippery cat. Meanwhile, though, another Ruby ban coming in as well. I'm sort of expecting some of the assassins getting banned. Maybe the Link, maybe the Hayabusa, maybe even the Edith has a chance of being banned out right now. We have to wait and see what the side of Team Tribe Brawl here wants to do. What their strategy is, we still don't have, you know, a way to figure out what they want to do. But they're going to be banning out the Fovias. So the ban of the Harid, the ban of the Fovias as well, both counters, right? What do you think they're planning here, Ray?
Yep, it is a little bit of an odd communication. Sorry, sorry, combination from the side of triballs, because usually you'd see one being opened, like either you're gonna go for the Phobius or you're gonna go for the Hearted, but both being banned out at the same time. Perhaps they are not, they do not want to give it out to the first pick to the side of team, the blue team, and they are just making sure they have their own, usually people make a strategy and ban out the heroes that could be a threat to them. So it is possible they are following with that. So we are saying, Harit, your predictions were right, and the Phobia's ban coming in, as well as the Vexana being banned out quite early on. Usually you'll see her being banned out like maybe in the second phase. So it is quite interesting to see both sides going for the mage bans, the assassin's still open. What do you think? Is it going to be, oh no, it's the Khalid. Oh my god, what do you think of
True.
this thing?
I like it. I like the Khalid ban. I mean, I like the Khalid pick. Meanwhile, though, the Zushin ban, I would have preferred Aurora ban here,
Mhm,
Ray. I definitely would
mhm,
have preferred an Aurora ban because she's open, right? Usually we see the mages get traded off, the two queens.
mhm,
We see the Vexana get traded off for the Aurora. But here,
mhm,
uh, Vexana is banned out, but so Aurora is free for the picking. Not sure if they want to go for it so soon,
mhm,
so early on. But that Khalid, I have to say, I wanted him to be picked, right? Pretty good in the EXP, really tanky. You can play him as a tank or you can play him as a damage dealer as well. He is very amazing at diving into the back lane. So I like that pick here. Now, two more picks on the side of Tri Brawl. We're going to see the Valentina as well as the Gatot. So Valentina here, she can just steal it Aurora ultimate up. So I think that's good picks coming in from the side of Tri Brawl.
Yep, I agree with you. Valentina, she is a bit of an evergreen mage considering the way her kit is designed to be. Her ultimate can easily utilize the enemy opposition's ultimate and make it beneficial to her team. But Valentina being picked early on, it is also a little bit of a double-edged sword because the enemy opposition knows you're going to steal, and right now they're going to be carefully picking their heroes, making sure that you do not get the desired ultimates that you wish for. So, just like I said, a double-edged sword, and they're responding with a Hayabusa as well as a Claude quite early on. But at the same time, I think Claude deserves to be a priority pick in this meta, especially considering the manaless update that came in. Don't you agree on that, things?
True, true. I mean, he did get a bit of changes in his kit, right? That mana was removed. It was pretty annoying. So they
Mhm.
removed it up, they replaced it with energy. So now he's very viable in that gold lane. But I'm a bit worried for the side of team Divine Regime here, right? They've showed their draft. It's out in the open. Look at that. We know Claude is going into the gold lane. We know Hayabusa is going to jungle, and we know Khalid is going to go into the EXP. So we know their draft already. We know what they're going to pick up next, right? A tank and a mage. There's no flex picks coming in from their end. Meanwhile, though, the side of Team Tribal here pick up the Melissa. Not in the meta. I would have preferred a Lunox, but they banned that out instead.
Yeah, but I absolutely agree with you. They had the Lunox open in their arsenal and they did not go for it. I mean, in this game, Lunox could be perfect. She can easily, use her Brilliance ultimate to escape from the Khalid's assault as well as Hayabusa's Oogie Shadow Kill. Not to mention God's Blazing Duet, one of the highest damage dealing ultimates in the game. But instead, they went in for a very vulnerable marksman. Melissa is not bad. She is good. But actually, Claude low-key counters her because he does not need to go inside of you know the ultimate, the domain that she creates. He can just stay out of it, use his blazing duet and take her out. So I think a little bit of an odd pick also quite early on, considering the opposition already has the marksman, the divine regime locking in that pod. I expected to see, what you said, a Lunox, but instead a Belleric ban coming in as well. Very, very interesting draft combinations we're seeing here. What's your thoughts on this, you think?
That is true. They banned out three tanks. They banned out the Hylos. They banned out the Tigreal from their own end, even though they need those tanks, right? I think they're going for that Matilda pick. I think they're going for that utility. They
Oh,
want a lot of
mhm.
dashes in their team. They might just pick it up, right? That's what I'm expecting from the side of Team Divine Regime here. Meanwhile, though, like we were talking about, there's something you need to notice here that Gato Gacha with that vengeance here, Ray. He's going to be whacking back that Claude just as much as he whacks him.
Oh, and I think we just got our questions answered why they bent out these state ranks because they want to pick up the hook master, the Franco from Sogen. From the side of Divine Regime with the Kadita coming in. It's been a while I've seen a Kadita on these tournaments. Usually, she was all the buzz back then. I think a few seasons ago in the MPL, she was the roamer, she was the EXP, she was the, even the mage, even the gold laner. She was everywhere, but there was a fall from grace and she was not seen anymore. But it is nice to see that in this game, we'll be seeing some tidal waves coming in from the side of Divine Regime as we have finally finalized the draft, the Minotaur being locked in from the side of Tribrawls, and both teams are looking quite good. But although I kind of really am biased a little bit towards the side of Divine Regime, especially because they have a really strong EXP laner, Khalid, but I wouldn't undermine the Gatot Kacha, both strong EXP laners in the meta. What do you think of these things?
That is true, but I have to say, I lean towards Tribal here. Look at that. Julian
Mm-hmm.
Jungle coming in from there, and they have the Valentina, they have the CC with that Minotaur, and then they have that Gato Gacha as well, just to follow up, right? He's going to be amazing in this team, especially with that Vengeance. I do have to say something about that, the mage pick from the side of Team Divine is means something new, but we are into the game, guys. Meanwhile, though, while the teams start the blue buff and the red buff, whatever they want to go for, download the game. Download MOBA 5v5 from the Play Store. It's available and join the tournament, Northeast Cup. This is gonna be Divine Regime versus Tribe Balls on the red side. And now we see a 4-man, cleaning up the purple buff there.
Yep, they are trying to help out the jungler as soon as possible because Julian really needs that level 3. Before that, his jungling speed is quite low, so they are just trying to help out. On the top lane, we are seeing Franco and Claude waiting in for the ambush, but I think Franco will just be backing off because he decides that Melissa will be playing the safe side and there won't be any hooks coming in. He might be going in for the red, but let's see what decisions they could be making. Oh, the hook, the first hook missing in. I thought it almost connected, but anyways, both junglers patient, taking their buffs peacefully, and only time will tell what engages they would be going for, a pick off or not.
That is true. I mean, Franco giving a bit of vision, jumps right into that. Julian escapes with just a sliver of HP. Julian does not want to take that risk, provided, Kadita was waiting in that bush for him. So good thinking. I do have to say, though, Franco, probably a comfort pick from the side of Team Divine Regime here. A bit of a skirmish happening in top lane. Hayabusa does go in. Franco, small hook, but they're going to have to retreat.
And the first blood actually goes on to the side of Divine Regime because I thought it could be, the Oogie Shadow kill being used quite early on. Hayabusa might have been the priority target, but no. Despite Julian having that early advantage with the level 3, powers scaling, but he was still taken down. Really bad trading. Oh, a hook coming in into Melissa, trying to render her useless. Raren already onto the domination as he is 2-0-2. Things are looking absolutely amazing for the side of Team Divine Regime as they're showing their dominance over the side of Tribrawls. And is this going to be another one-sided game? Because if you look at the score, it looks like it jinx.
That is true. I mean, we're still too early to decide, right? First turtle is up. We're going to see a skirmish here. Julian ready to, steal up the turtle there. Karita goes in.
Oh, Gatot Kacha diving in with his ultimate, a flicker hook coming in with that bloody hunt. Khalid is taken down. The turtle up for the grabs. Hayabusa is looking for an opportunity, but I think he will not be able to take it because he exhausted his shadows to dodge the Gatot Kacha's ultimate. I think that ultimate from Gatot was really well timed because he was able to zone out. Oh, look at the top lane. I think Melissa should have just recalled, and did she pay off with her life? Minotaur is into the scene. Will he be able to take down Claude? Claude doesn't have the second skill, but Franco is already into the scene. And just like I mentioned, I think that was a good of a trade from the side of the team Tribrawls, and they are kind of making a little bit of a good pace,
That is true, but I have to say, Matilda though, not Matilda, sorry, Melissa, not having a good day in the land of dawn. She is staying on 0-3-0. Her goal lead is nowhere, right? Now Minotaur is going to babysit her a little in top lane. I think she needs her. She's getting bullied in top lane right now because
Mm-hmm.
Franco's rotation is on point, right? He's everywhere his team needs him. Look at him giving a vision in that bush. Now he's gonna be a 2 versus 1 gank in top lane. Is he gonna land another hook? Not sure.
On the bot lane, the Khadija was it? Oh no, it was actually the Valentina copying the ultimate from the Khadija with the IMU. Khalid looking in a little bit of a trouble as Kacha is charging in, but I think he does. Oh no, he will just recall, take the safe route, not want to be taken down in the top lane. We might be seeing an engage onto the Melissa, and this is what we were discussing in the draft phase. She does not have any form of immunity skills, and look at that, she is just vulnerable to 4 people. If Oh, Garukacha also coming in with his ultimate, but Khalid will just be flickering away. But Jinx, we were discussing it. Melissa, she is a marksman that requires to be babysitted constantly until she can get the late power spike compared to, Lunox. And I think they are paying for it. Oh, an engage. And oh, killing spree for Raren. But anyways, what's your thoughts on, the Melissa being ganked so much?
I have
Oh,
to say, meanwhile, though, another gang coming in here in top
oh
lane.
my
This
god.
time, Valentina, in the disguise of Franco gets taken out there. She stole that ultimate. I think that's a good
Mhm,
ultimate to take away.
mhm,
But, she needs to get close enough to actually land that,
mhm,
those stunts. But it's not working out for them, especially for Melissa. Right? We're talking about Melissa. She needs some help. That Minotaur better notice her in top lane because she's struggling. She's struggling hard. I think she barely has any gold.
Yep, I think she barely has enough items, just like you mentioned, the second turtle already being, taken without any contest, and Khadija trying to make a play with the tidal waves coming in, taking down the Minotaur. Gadotkacha forced to use his ultimate. I think he should have used to escape, but I think he might get taken down here. He's doing a good job with the regeneration, but Raren's damage with the Hayabusa is just way too much. Look at them invading into the blue buff. Khalid charging in, Claude with a blazing duet, diving into the Melissa, trying to take her down, killing spree for the Khalid. Garita coming out of, sorry, it was the Valentina again. It is very confusing when she steals the ultimate. I was thinking she would go for the Franco, but no, she went for the Karita. And this is what, we discussed. You actually told about that all the ultimates from the side of Divine Regime, they're all, nearby, at close range. The engage just does not stop. Divine Regime is still so hungry for kills. Oh my god.
True. I mean, they have no chill, no chill. They just went on and on. They want that blood, right? They want to end the game. And I would end the game too. The goal lane now is severely underfarmed, right? Melissa having a very hard time here. Khalid
Oh.
goes in, but she just might be able to escape. But that's a 4-man gang coming in there. She is getting bullied hard here, Ray. I sort of feel bad for her. I feel bad for her.
Oh my god, what is happening? And Garud Kata diving in onto that Hayabusa shut down. I think that was a little bit of an odd position coming in because Franco already retreated. Franco killing, not killing actually. Franco accidentally hooked that Minotaur into Hayabusa and caused the trouble for him. That was an hilarious scene to see. But just like that, I'm not taking a second to breathe because look at that. They are engaging one after another, every lane from top to bottom. They are not giving us, even a second to breathe. Look at Franco just taunting in. Khalid already into the scene with the sandstorm. Claude with the blazing duet diving in as well. Valentina being taken down. And a double kill for Kirin on that Khadija. Julian looking for a kill. Oh my god, these teams, they are not patient. They want blood. Melissa finally trying to make a play, shut down, but she will also be punished for her aggression. A killing spree for Claude. Oh my god, both teams very impatient and they just want the blood.
That is true. I mean, Hayabusa, meanwhile, gets the third turtle. I have to say, the Claude dealing a lot of damage, right? All that bullying he did in top lane definitely working out for him. And the side of Team Divine Regiment, they know what they're doing this game, right? They're pushing down those lanes. They're taking those team fights because they know they can win. Gutted Gacha once again coming in, lands on absolutely no one. Not sure why he was using his ultimate there at that point, though. Franco is ready for another team fight.
Oh my god, if you look at it, engage so many resources being used left and right. Khalid using the sandstorm to heal himself. Julian trying to make a retreat. Melissa's puppet connecting onto four people. Another hook coming in onto that Minotaur. Gototkacha trying to sustain as much as possible, but there is just not enough damage or sustain. They are not able to take down anyone while their side loses four bodies. Khalid trying to make a little bit of a confident play, but he will just be flickering away. Oh my god, look at the taunt coming in from Hyung on that Khalid. They know they are absolutely dominating. Jinx, we were hoping that we would see an equal match, but Divine Regime proving us wrong, denying that joy as they are proceeding with a complete one-sided play. Look at that Franco.
A bit of a trolling here pulls that red buff way far. Melissa once again gets caught out in top lane. Another skirmish, Ray. You cannot breathe this match whatsoever.
Yup, this is not a good thing for a hype caster because every moment is a hype. Look at Claude charging in with a blazing duet again and again, but he will be punished for his overextension. But Hayabusa's stacks on the Sky Piercer really helping him secure all those kills. And right now, I'll take a breather. Jinx, what's your analysis for this game? All I can say is absolute domination.
Yeah, I think we were wrong, right? We were wrong, especially about the Kadita pick. She is doing amazing in this match.
Yeah.
That comfort hero, especially the Franco landing all his hooks, landing those hooks, landing those ultimates right where we need him to. He's doing amazing. Lord is our first Lord of the game. If they get this, they might just be able to end the game because the side of Team Tri Brawl here have no damage, no gold. Another hook. Another hook on Valentina this time around though. She has that Kali that which might have been able to escape. But I have to say Franco doing really, really well. Meanwhile though, Hayabusa as well as Claude chunking down that lot, they are ready to end the game here. And I would too with almost like a 12, almost like a 8k goal lead, I would end the game.
Oh my god, look at Franco with the bloody hunt, but Garutacha charging in with the ultimate vengeance, popping in left and right, inspires, use Clock with a blazing duet, Garutacha being stuck into midst of four people. There is no options left for him. Hayabusa with the Uki Shadow kill. Just like I said, the Wind of Nature completely nullifies it, and Melissa was able to survive. But how long is the question because the Lord is marching in the mid lane.
That is
Oh
too much in
my
the mid lane,
god.
and it's going to be a 3 versus 5 here. But okay, 2 versus 5 because that Minotaur gets chunked down pretty quick. Might just be able to end the game here because look at the Lord hits C-Ray. I
Ooh.
think it's over.
Oh my god, I was absolutely, not that wrong because I was expecting the Kadita to make the great plays because after all, she picked it because it was the hero that she most excelled at. Julian is still trying to make a play. Claude charging in with that blazing duet. Kadita with that mega kill. Khalid being taken down, but this doesn't matter. They engage because at the end of the day, the Nexus was their priority as they take this game, eliminating the tribe brawls from this tournament because this is a single elimination.
That was true. That was pretty one-sided as well. They were showing a bit of zeal, during the starting of the match. Sadly, though, Tribal could not sustain the damage coming in from that Claude, from that Kadita, and they definitely could not handle some of those Franco hooks. He was right on point. Meanwhile, though, we're going to be going back to the Castle's deck. We're going to, talk a bit with Smiling here.
Yep, I am right here. I mean, what a match, man. I was actually, wondering this time maybe we might see a 2-on-2 clash. This time it's not going to be a one-side domination, but who let that Karita cook? There's no stopping her and that Franco with that, magnetic hook, I would say. The way he just kept hooking on one-on-one people, making sure he even hooked the buff, pulling out people so harshly. It was actually a very, very good gameplay coming in by them.
Yeah.
That was true. But I have to say, though, Ray Smiling, I think what really affected the side of Team Tribal here, that team fight capabilities that they had, right? That Wombo combos just not landing, lot of disconnects, right? I expected to see that Minotaur go in, stop the Claude, then the Gatagucha following him up, and so that the Valentina could deal that damage, that Julian could come in. That's something we did not see. They were a bit lost, right? They were following the pace of Divine Regime, and it didn't work out, right? From the start to the end, it was pretty one-sided.
I mean, they
Yep.
had a very good lineup. They had everything in the position. I mean, based on the draft, I actually thought they had the upper hand, but how, the team fight situation changes just by, not the positioning and missing of heroes. It actually affects a lot on team.
रो इंस्टामार्ट कर रही हूँ वांट एनीथिंग
वो
कितने
हाँ और वो भी मंगवा लेना जिससे बैटरी क्या बोलते हैं हाँ और वो किचन वाला जिससे पुल करते
एंड डन ये से लेके वो तक स्विगी इंस्टामार्ट पे सब मिलेगा
इन जस्ट 10 minutes.
The draft where most of the game is decided, and it was decided with the Melissa pick because I think they had the option of the Lunox under their arsenal, but they did not go for it because Lunox could have easily, escaped any of the four-man invasion that were happening into the goal lane. But picking that Melissa, a quite of a vulnerable marksman that requires babysitting, which was not happening at all in that game, Melissa was completely dominated. And when your goal lane is, so badly treated, you cannot really expect her to perform that well into the game and getting all those kills from the Hayabusa was getting all those Sky Piercer stacks from that Melissa. He was able to dominate onto the other lanes, and it was just a beautiful execution on the side of Divine Regime, and they will be taking this victory onto their side.
Yep, that was a beautiful victory going in, and this was game number 4, guys. Do download Mobile Legends 5v5 for exciting matches. And let me just remind you guys, the registrations are still open. You can come in and challenge yourself, your teammates, just to register and make sure you have a taste of the tournament because it is divine. And once you are in, you will be coming in for a lot of tournaments. So, yep, stay tuned. We are going to be back very shortly with another exciting game.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to Northeast Cup 2024. We are going to go with match number 5, and that is going to be between Team IGN on the red side, between Team Smug Esports going on to the blue side. Myself, I am Itami, and I'm joined by my casters, none other than Scared and Yumina.
Thank you so very much for that, Itami. Really appreciate you mentioning all of that, and I'm really excited to be on the desk sharing this one with you. Specifically, Itami, with you being the host and you being the desk partner. I'm really excited, and again, with the way how the previous few games went and how this one is looking, I can't really contain my excitement to see how Smug will perform against IGN.
I mean, I guess they will be doing quite well, and both of these teams actually will be representing Sikkim. So, myself being,
Hmm.
I am really, really hyped for this match. So, Yumena, give me your thoughts about this.
I for sure am quite excited because yesterday and how all the matches have been going on for, quite a few hours now. I think there have been neck to neck battles, and I think this is going to be one of them because we do know how well IGN has been performing lately into the past tournaments as well as the showcase match that we witnessed quite a few days ago. And I must agree that both the teams are quite strong in that aspect. We just have to wait and see how both the teams, strategize their composition for now, because we have been seeing new strategies coming out by a lot of teams, because this is the Northeast Cup we are talking about. You do not want to miss the chance to be onto the land event.
I mean,
I definitely
that's
agree with
yep.
you, and yep, I guess Team IGN as well as Smuggy Sports both are ready for action, and I can't wait to see Team IGN on some action as well. Personally, I am supporting them, and yep, I will be looking forward to their matches as well.
To be honest, anything could happen in this game. And you know what? Again, Itami, you've already mentioned that you're ready for the games. We might as well just jump directly into the draft as well at the same time, because all the players I know I can see are getting ready. That's basically the part of being in the production crew, ladies and gentlemen. You might not know a few things, but I actually do. So we will jump into the drafting phase of the Northeast Cup. It's going to be Smug Esports on the blue side taking on IGN on the red side as now the draft begins. Itami, I thank you so very much for bringing us into this game. Now, Yumina, we're going to take it forward as it's the first ban for Smug.
Well, before we jump onto the draft phase, Cadet, I really would want to mention that both the teams are looking quite strong with their lineup. I mean, we know all the players, we do know how well they have been practicing for the past few weeks as well. And it's not a secret anymore that both the teams have new strategies up their sleeves as well. I'm really looking forward to see some new kind of gameplay coming in from both the teams, since I think they have already researched on each other. I mean, I'm expecting them to have done studies on each other, because you do not want to go blind first into the match. Meanwhile, like I was talking about studying each other, they're just banning out that link for respect right there, Scared.
True, now we've got to hold our horses here a little bit, Humina, because again, the first span lane, normally we talk about how EXP lane right now is becoming the priority. Now, here's the thing. I've been in talks with quite a few people out there, right? Even the MPL coaches and the MPL casters. And we've all been discussing about the similar fact how Khalid has actually been the one who has been taking over the meta like a storm. The pick rate is up by 400% in the Filipino region too. So I kind of want to see similar strategy or at least similar kind of pick rate of that hero here too. And probably that is one of the reasons why even IGN banned out the Phobius, because now that's one less CXP laner to deal with.
Quite agreeing with you right there. I mean, I have seen a lot of Khalid bans myself coming in the past tournaments as well yesterday. So maybe Team IGN is, looking around to get that Khalid onto their EXP lane, because he is really strong. He has that sustained potential. He has the team fight potential as well with his raging sandstorms. I mean, it's really difficult to deal with him once he has, gotten his upper hand onto the EXP lane rotation coming quite fast from him. him as well. I mean, one of the best picks on the EXP lane right now, Scared Yet. And right off the bat, they are banning the Ruby as well. It does look like they are trying to, draft around that team composition. Meanwhile, they have left the Hayabusa open still onto the table. They have also left the heavy CC Aurora open, and we do know like how annoying she can be in those team fights, Scared.
She can actually be very annoying, I agree. But at the same time, I'm looking at the Florin ban and I kind of am trying to decipher what might actually be the way to go, right? Because the Hayabusa is open, Khalid is open, Roger is open, you've got Alice that is open. Alice might not be prioritized so early because she's more like she's played like a Ruby in the EXP lane, where you want to get that beefy front line, so you have to build up a few more items onto Alice. And I love the idea, Khalid being first pick by the Smug Esports, but that also means that you are going to let go of the Roger on the other side. Plus, this early
Ooh.
Valentina pick too, I love it along with Edith, because over in that EXP lane, the only other hero that can actually counter the Khalid is either the Edith or the Garot Kacha.
Really well said, and I myself like the Valentina pick coming in from the side of Team IGN right there. In my opinion, I think a really strong pick and a really strong contender onto the mid lane as well. Because once you have a Valentina on your team, it just counters out all of your CC picks that you are going to have on your side. But there is one drawback that I kind of am always worried with the Valentina pick is that
अगर किसी चीज को दिल से चाहो तो पूरी कायनात उसे तुमसे 10 मिनट में मिलाने की कोशिश में लग जाती है। What now?
meanwhile you do have anti on that edit and respect going ahead and getting onto that bog. Meanwhile, Scared Yet, I would also like to point out that you still do have the Carmilla open. We do know how strong she has been onto the Rome position lately. Would you have to say, do you think either of the teams are going to go ahead with the pick, or they're just going to leave it out and trade it for maybe a Tigreal in that aspect?
To be honest, since the Florin has been banned out, that means there's no Ube composition being prioritized by either of these teams right now. So I think so banning away the Carmilla might not actually be the way to go. And I like the idea of the Julian being banned out by respect, making sure that it's just the now jungle choke down that's coming in by the side of IGN. They've already locked in their own jungler in the form of Xbog. But here's the thing, Xbog, Edith, both of these are so good flex pick. Xbog for EXP and the jungle, Edith for EXP or the roam position. So even now, you don't really know where these two picks are going to go. But for the side of Smug Esports, the draft is quite simple, straightforward. They've got the Khalid for the EXP, they've got Minsatar for the gold lane, and Valir in for that mid lane. Now, there are a few more flexibilities here that could be done. And that's not me, that's the Filipino stats now that are talking, where Khalid can actually be played in the roam position.
Ooh, I like the idea of Khalid onto the roam position. I have seen quite a few matches where Khalid has been really strong onto the roam position. Scared. I mean, you do have a point right there, but I think if you talk about the late game, the CC potential that is going to come in is kind of lacking if you have the Khalid onto the roam position. If you have taken him out, especially onto the team fight, then it kind of becomes difficult, to provide that heavy front line that your team needs, because you can kind of interrupt, his second skill, his healing ability. So maybe an EXP laner could be better, help the team in the objectives, clear his lane, and then come and dish out that sustain onto the team fights. Meanwhile, a Valir pick is quite interesting in this matter, because I have not seen a lot of Valir being picked up in the higher metas right now. I mean, they must have some strategy going on. Maybe it's for the Edith, the annoying stunts that he can provide with his skill one can be really frustrating for Anti to just stand in front. We'll just have to see. And the Matilda being picked off really strong for their team. The mobility that she can provide to IGN in this aspect looks really strong, in my opinion, Scariot.
It's a full dive composition now for the side of IGN. They just want to go in. There's no way to jump back. So I think so they can finish off their draft with either a Harith into the pick, but that might not actually make a sense because there's Ravi on Minsatar on the other side. So maybe a Claude would be the best pick in this scenario, or a Nathan. if they want to secure some good amount of late game. I wouldn't really lean towards Nathan because they've already got a lot of magic damage. So for Smug, they're locking in the Masha along with the Roger. Now that is interesting.
Ooh,
That is very
that
interesting because here's the thing. Either of these three fighters could go in any of those lanes that you think about. Either Roam, EXP or Gold.
is in sight, soldier.
well, they are playing with the minds of the teams and us casters as well. Meanwhile, Aaron going ahead and locking onto that Moscow. Strong pick in my opinion, but scared yet. I quite feel like the early game damage is kind of lacking coming on from the side of Team IGN right now. I mean, they are playing around the mid to late game composition. You have to wait for Xbox to get his War Axe and the immortality to be sustainable onto the team fights, unless respect is able to snowball faster compared to Roger coming here right now. But we do know how scary Roger is once he's able to get that early advantage on his team. Meanwhile, I think the Khalid is going to go onto the room position because we do have a Masha onto the team, looking quite strong for the side of Smug right here. But I think they need to play a little bit careful, maybe try to pick off one or two heroes. But let's just jump onto the land of Dawn's Carrier.
Indeed, as now the drafts are set, everything in place, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the Northeast Cup. The lifelines are on the line for the land ticket as these teams, they take the fight against each other. All five now helping out the Roger, the least the orange buff, while the other side is almost doing the same thing, barring Edith. It's going to be Smug Esports on the blue, now moving over towards the top as well, as that's where the rotation of Nob Daisy will go. On the other side stands IGN in the fortress in red, where they will make sure that this team is definitely making in that top four. Yumina, an early leash coming in for that Roger. That means over towards the Litho though, they're not trying to take that priority. It's still Respect who will secure it. And it's a Minsatar in the roam position, while Khalid is EXP and Masha in the gold.
Well, I was about to point that fact out. This is quite interesting coming in from Smug Esports. Maybe a new strategy that they have been playing around. Maybe a comfortable strategy they have been playing around, but it can get a. Ooh! The hook was on point right there, but still not early enough damage coming in from the side of Team Smugs right there. But the poke that Mincy is, soaking up right now doesn't look good because he is kind of squishy onto the early game scared. I mean, I'm not really sure about putting the Mincy onto the roam position. They could have swapped it for the goal since you have the Moscow, with those dashes onto the goal lane.
The thing about Minstar in that roam is, in fact, if you can land in those hooks, if you can land those spears, only then it becomes viable. Otherwise, it's absolutely not. Plus, Kimmy on the Matilda is constantly going to poke the other side, including both Valir as well as Ravi on the Minsitan. So you've basically got no other opportunity, just probably to soak up every single thing that's been thrown at you. Look at him, he's just being a nuisance right now. That's how you want to play with the Matilda. But wait a second, fight right now, taking a fight, will be knocked up as well with onwards. But this man with the quicksand guard as well is staying stand strong, which just jumps out of the harm's way, making sure that he's going to survive and not getting caught in the raging sandstorm. Still trying to fight in for that level 4 as Roger jumps in, but the turtle's been secured by Respect. As the mat will eventually try to move forward back, but wait a second, Circling Eagle committed as Aaron joins it from the top with the Spear of Destruction as the lasting insanity catches on to Oxy. And that's the mage being taken down, a big win for IGN.
Man, oh man, really smart gameplay coming in from IGN right there. They baited out the skills for the Khalid right before, the turtle dive come. I'm not really sure why Roger would jump in solo onto that turtle right there. I mean, it did cost them their mage in the skirmish, but really smooth gameplay. I mean, the communication right now is showing on from the side of Team IGN. Maybe the Roger needs to now focus on farming and getting a pick off onto the Moscow, because once you let that Moscow farm, it can be a little bit dangerous to deal with him onto the late game unless you are able to. Oh, Masha poking down Aaron quite a bit, but I think he will be able to retreat back like I was saying. Oh, the circling eagle being baited right there, Carrier.
Indeed, they're still trying to take in those fights as again Moscow trying to jump into the action too from the Spear of Destruction as the King's Calling was stopping there, but now it's no longer standing as they get in another pick, a 2-for-0 trade. IGN are just making sure that they are demolishing Smug Esports whatsoever. There we go, another knock-up coming in with the onward. Quicksand guard along with the flicker as well as the raging sandstorm was there, but the splash damage perfect with the lasting insanity into the backline, catching two. As Anti catches both of them, but there we go, Minsitar with the hook. Respect, he is not falling whatsoever as it's the Mastilda joining in the action. Another circling eagle with the Earth Shatterer, and Kimmy is making sure that his jungler is standing whatsoever.
What happening? People from the side of Smug Esports falling down like dominoes. Cadet, I mean, they are marking one and then they are going on to the other right before the objective. I mean, a very favorable team gank onto the side of Team IGN. Meanwhile, the lag coming in from the roam position is showing, but wait a minute.
Yeah, indeed. Right now, the chase is still going on as the King's calling, but the flicker King's calling from which himself is what's catching all of them. But a pushback from the Searing Torrent is making sure that Moscow is going to be caught off guard. But again, the healing, the shielding, it's always there. Kimmy with the guiding winds is the man who is not just the myth, but apparently a legend, standing strong. Anti in the bottom. He's just bullying Fied on that Khalid. Fied is basically no longer a beast. He's being butchered by Anti.
Man, they really did shut him down early on from the game, because once you let him free farm onto the XP, ooh, that doesn't look good for Ravi right there, Scariot.
Yeah, primal form being used up. Ravi could eventually be caught too. No more King's calling available for the man as Noobs is going to run away, not making sure he survives. But Ravi blasting insanity into the tower. They really want to get this one big raging sandstorm, catching absolutely no one with the King's calling coming in. But finally, Gibi jumps in the harm's way itself and catches the guy. Oh my goodness, look at the damage. That ancestral power that's being brought in by Kimi is maniac! And look at the flicker forward Earth Shatterer catching Fight Beast.
Man, scared, and it's just chaos onto the battlefield right now. Kimming doing a phenomenal job, you know, initiating those team fights and then pulling out their teammates right on time, especially which, you know, he has been landing those phenomenal IMUs as of now, and Smug Esports just being choked down onto their base. I mean, what an initiation!
Yeah, look at that. Another lasting insanity onto Ravi as well as again. There's Arwen on the other side. Ashes in with the guiding winds. Thunderclap for the shutdown. Muskrad catches one, but only to be demolished after the next onslaught. IGN is just not stopping another 3-for-1 trade. It's only Respect who's fallen.
Kid, I think I just saw Oxyghost pick up a Sky Piercer on Valir as of now. I'm not really sure why you would do that. You need the anti-heal, you need the glowing wand and the Ice Queen. I'm not really sure about the Sky Piercer.
Yeah, exactly. It does not seem to be the best possible pick right now. And as you mentioned, there's a big problem, the itemization. But right now, a big problem coming in for Aaron as the man is just too far forward. Gets shut down, 280 gold being offered, but there we go, the circling eagle coming into the play. There's no way for this werewolf to survive. That's again a good hook landing in, but I don't think so it matters at this point because look, there's no anti-heal and Respect is just getting every single piece of HP of that Faraga armor back by just his fire missiles. Was not even using the lasting insanity because he was caught in King's calling. That's a big problem, Yumina.
Ooh. That's so unfortunate coming in for Smug's Esports, because like I was mentioning, there is quite lack of front liner for the side of Team Smug Esports. I mean, the Ravi is not able to sustain like he was supposed to. I mean, the strategy is not playing out. Meanwhile, the Valir, not really sure if he's being really useful in this team comp, kind of really shutting down Nobi, not getting enough farm. I mean, they are looking in a very bad situation.
Yeah, indeed. Right now, they seem to be in the bad one. But again, look at the constant piece of poking that's coming in from Kimmy. The guy is just playing maniac. He's literally playing maniac. Oh! The massive flicker with the hook coming in. But Respect is still going to survive that. Because guess what? The guy had the Firaga armor up. Oh, okay. Finally. we are actually seeing Ravi now land in a few good hooks, but do you think it's a little too late with almost a 9,700 gold lead?
I mean, they do not have the item spike as well. They need to wait for that item spike to work in their favor. They are not tanky enough. They do not have the farm. They do not have those itemizations to give them the head-on team fight that they could. But
Oh,
look at that.
that's just a full-fledged burst coming in, and Aaron with a spear of destruction, catching that finish. A big chunky wave in the mid lane, but the timer hits 11 on that clock. All the minions spawning in. No more Raging Sandstorm right now. It is available, but they're not committing for it. Earth Shatterer not catching anyone, but look at where is Respect going. The King's calling in the crystal, in the fountain. That is just nasty stuff. And again, an onwards coming in, trying to catch one. Masha with Thunderclap. One more shot is there, but it does not matter. As the minions are still hitting that. They're still catch a few as the Lincoln Pounds will try. One big it's shut down. It does. One shot. Crystal gets demolished by the Pulsar of Moscow. Real base attack is what gets 20 and 3.
What just happened, Scared? What just happened? I mean, they snowballed like Insita not working under the wrong position, not really. That Waleed right there, do a job initiating those team fights, pulling out the team members back. What can you do as an answer to that dive comp coming in from IGN? Scared yet? Absolutely beautiful.
It indeed was. Kimmy, very well deserved MVP as well with 3, 0, and 17. Oh my. It was absolutely nice. And it me as bro, that was eyes. I get think you as well. Without the I'm with you can cap those hooks even if you were
Dominate.
That come in the has have had a chance if maybe I'm not really sure about Waleed and the Mincy it clear onto the draft phase as well because you need them to work and if they don't just be like I'm not going to say the word but that is not it for Team Smug Esports right there. They better for the position, they better options for the mid position, even the Mincy and the Waleed.
indeed. Yeah, so reasons, right, in terms of drafting itself, that you put the shine into the gold lane and actually in that jungle Tartarus type of a hero.
And the game is not tanky as well, so he needs to positioning. The things it got that in on the drafting phase itself, that was where they were lacking.
I kind of agree as well. And Jimena, again, with how well he was playing that, it, it was very solid. I'll be honest, because folks as well.
To mention that could have with the colleague could have better on to like the game farmed up from Roger. I mean, that could have been a bit better for their team in this, team composition. But I think that was a little bit of mistake coming in from the side of Smug Esports right there.
I agree because Itami again, it just seemed like here's the thing: Roger, Khalid, Masha, all of them are the ones who kind of want to dive onto the enemy backline, and specifically Masha needs a flank angle. Masha needs an opening, and only under those circumstances can you actually find a good value with a thunderclap by catching the enemy gold laner. But that just did not happen because let's be honest, Aaron was apparently free farming on that Moscow, and he had priority in the rotation as well with the Spear of Destruction, if you remember during the first turtle.
I definitely do remember that. And as soon as that spear of destruction was connecting in there, Aaron was able to dive in, not just able to dive in, but he was able to get those skills with that SOD too. It's just was not initiations as well, but he was able to dive in onto that game and he was able to contribute to the team fights too. And that is why the gold laner was on such a lead in terms of the gold lead as well as on quite contributing onto the team fights well. Meanwhile, the Valentina, which was able to like copy the king's calling for himself, and he was able to disrupt the enemies coming up, the dashes coming up from them. So the IGN were quite on an advantage. And as well as that Matil, as soon as he dived in, the Edith followed up, there was the disruptions came up and they were not able to do much because of that.
Yeah, I kind of agree. There were a lot of disruptions if you really talk about it. And again, at the same time, it was. Yeah, I've been mentioning it time and time again. Kimmy on the Mathilda was doing a lot of damage, plus also was just disrupting those entire plays that were being made on the other side. But the credit needs to be given to Witch. He was super solid on the Valentina, making sure that every time it's not just the King's Calling that he's copying. Sometimes it is the King's Calling, sometimes it is the full form of Roger. And in certain situations, he's like, all right, I'm just going to take the Raging Sandstorm, make sure I get that CC in, and then I run out of the harm's way.
Definitely. And
Was a point where I saw him copying the Valir ultimate as well, scared yet, and I'm like, that's quite
I'm done.
smart because the movement speed that it provides, that can come in handy. I mean, I'm not going to lie about that.
It's a purifier. It's
yeah,
basically a free
it's a
purifier for you.
Yep. If you are getting hooked up and if you are in need of the purifier, then definitely you can go for the Valira, but I would not recommend it, honestly.
Sounds like a good theme of an advertisement if you want to do, and the title is basically going to be "Else that you should not copy on Valentina." But
Yep.
all right. Itami, I guess now we might also have a few announcements that we would want to do, right? You are the one who basically is the host, so you take it over, man. You're the one who knows the flow.
The announcement is, I would say, if you have not downloaded the game and you are like still wondering about downloading the game or stuff, then you should go to the Play Store and download Mobile Legends 5v5. There is an anniversary event going on with the Akai skin going for free right now, and there is also the Kagura skin coming up for free, and there are a lot of freebies. And like right now, Vistas are being really, really, really generous for the freebie players as well. They have some epic skins too, so you can grab it as well.
True. I mean, that's
Also, if you wanna try out the ultimate copying from Valentina, you have to download the game from the mobile.
yeah. If you basically want to become a Valir in the battlefield while also playing a Valentina, by the way, that collector skin was actually very pretty. You have to download that game whatsoever. But I 100% agree. Again, coming back into the similar scenario of how amazing the growth has been for Mobile Legends 5v5 specifically. The community has been growing at a very fast rate, right? And you kind of want to keep that up. So, ladies and gentlemen, you know that there are a lot of events happening side by side in the game, and there's this very fun anniversary event. So make sure you download the game, because that's exactly what I've also done. It was updating right on the stream in front of you as well. And I know Yumina, Itami, both of them are as well of a big Mobile Legends junkie as I am. They're funky over the game. We can see with the hair as well, every single time just focused on the screen too. But coming back into the current matchup that has happened, and all the matches that have happened till now, you've been a part of the entire series for a lot longer than me. I guess the competition is something that has actually increased as compared to what it used to be previous to this tournament, right?
Man, there have been a lot of
गेमिंग एंटरटेनमेंट का अनोखा त्योहार
किस टाइप के लड़के पसंद है तुम्हें?
मुझे हाफ अगली
can definitely go take your teammates and register for the tournament, and you can be part of this community as well as upcoming tournaments as well. This Northeast Cup is not going to be just it. There will be for the future tournaments. There will be a lot of contents for those content creators as well. Whoever wants to be a part of it are really open for it, and it's all takes all of those people to grow this community, I would say.
I kind of agree. And again, with the way how things have been going, with the way how things have been flowing, I'm just really excited to be on this one specific boat of Mobile Legends, right? The wave that it's carrying right now, and the change that it's actually bringing in the community itself. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you download it, because you know that there are a lot of big things happening in the community too. I'm not going to point out every single thing, but the LAN event, there's also quite a lot of guests that are hopping in left, right, and center. Everyone's been working together really hard to make sure that this game prevails. So you have to do the exact same thing as well. And you've got to make sure you download that game, you do all the events, and you basically enjoy every single thing that we're doing right here while also participating, because there's going to be a lot of giveaways too, which you do not want to miss. And to do all of that, you always have to stay tuned to the stream. You have to click on those like buttons as well, and click on the subscribe buttons. Make sure you hit the bell notification so that you do not miss out on anything. But Itami, again, coming back to what happened in this one previous game, do you think there could have been something that Smug could have done apart from the draft, but rather in game itself, to probably win out in the next one?
I would say like there were kind of miscommunications onto the team fights as well coming up from there. I think the main thing they kind of lacked was the synergy. They did try to dive in, try to take those fights, but it was not enough for them. Team IGN had a better synergy. They had a better composition as well, and they were able to take that advantage for themselves, and they were able to secure those objectives to the turtle as well as those lords. And as soon as they got those towers, they were able to initiate such good team fights as well as secure those kills and end the game as soon as possible.
Indeed, that is true. But here we go, Yumina. This was about what happened between IGN and Smug. The next two teams are going to be Tartarus versus Bombastic Side Eye. Now, one of the team has been well known in the community too, a new underdog team that's been performing really good. What are your views for this one upcoming game?
Tartarus Esports have been playing neck to neck, and surprisingly, they did manage to defeat LCF in one of the tournaments. I must point that out. Really strong contender for the Northeast Cup, in my opinion. Scared yet?
True.
I mean, it's going to be a really exciting match coming up yet again. Next one. I mean, you guys need to, let us know who you are supporting, and just share the stream with, your friends and everyone who's interested in this game. I mean, you do not want to miss out the action going on.
Absolutely, you do not want to miss out on any of that action. So make sure you share the stream. But I guess, Itami, we might as well want to head on for a very short break before we prepare the next game, don't you think?
Yep, that is true. And we will be heading for the break. We still have one more match to go for the day. So we will be back as soon as possible. Till then, stay tuned.
Leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are once again back for the Northeast Cup round one and on to day two. But before we talk about the teams and the matches, I would like everyone, to go on to the Google Store, download the MOBA 5v5. Also, the registrations are still open for the Northeast tournament if you think that your team is capable of, beating the teams as of now. But before we talk about the draft and before we talk about the upcoming match, I would like to introduce you guys to both the teams. We have Tartarus Esports and Bombastic Side Eye, both from Tripura. I mean, Tripura fanboys and fangirls. Let's have it on to the chat. But scared yet? What are your thoughts about? We do know about Tartarus Esports, but I would like to hear from you about this new team, Bombastic Side Eye. What do you think? These guys are going to bring on in this match right now.
To be very honest, even I'm very intrigued to see what they might actually bring onto the table, Yumin. And again, thank you so very much for that warm welcome, warm introduction. And again, I'm super intrigued to see what this team has to offer because we've been seeing Tartarus for a while now, and they have been showcasing their talent time after time. They really like to play that fanny, love to prioritize it. So I want to see some homework from Bombastic Side Eye, specifically target banning a few heroes of Tartarus Esports. That includes the Edith, Khalid, and the Fanny.
Well, really well said. I mean, I was expecting that kind of response coming from you because we do know that Tartarus Esports have been climbing onto the ladder lately, coming on, from our nation. Meanwhile, Itami, you have been casting a lot of matches and you have casted a lot of matches for Tartarus Esports as of now. What do you think, they need to change, because they are aware that they are famous, they are aware that they have been onto the scene and people know about them, people know about their strategy. So what do you think they need to do as of now to come up stronger onto the table in case Bombastic Side High has done their research onto the team?
I guess they should be working more onto their synergy, but we have seen Tartarus Esports being quite dominant on previous tournaments as well. Onto the previous tournaments, I've said they are at least top 8 or top sometimes, but still, something is still not enough for them. And I hope they kind of figure it out this time, and they will be going up against a team I haven't heard much about, but the meme Bombastic Side Eye, they will be going up against them. And I'm really hyped up for this match, and I hope that this is not going to be a one-sided game. I am really excited to see both of these teams cheering each other's out, and I hope we will see some competition coming up from both of the sides of the teams.
Well, I do quite agree with you. Really well said, Itami. I mean, really strong teams, both sides. I mean, we'll just have to wait and see how the team plays against each other. Both the teams are ready as of now. But before we jump onto the ban phase, Cadia, do you have any advice for not maybe Tartarus Esports because they have been playing really well as of now, but what about Bombastic Side Eye because they must be nervous, because this is
True.
maybe their first time playing against Tartarus Esports, quite a big name. Everybody is bound to get nervous. So, what would you like to, offer them as an advice?
I'll just say one thing. Do your own thing, enjoy the game, enjoy the vibe. Result does not matter, the journey does, and that's what we are here for.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's a really great advice coming in from Scadet as of now, but I'll stop yapping for now. We'll go and jump straight onto the draft phase. I'll leave you, Scadet and Itami, both to, entertain our viewers and take us through the match.
And with that, thank you so very much, Humina. Yes, as you mentioned, we are jumping into the ban phase, ladies and gentlemen. Tartarus on the blue side, taking on Bombastic Side Eye on the red side. Itami is the man who's joining me on the desk, and my name is Scary Ed. We are here to journey you through this beautiful wave of a lovely cruise of Titanic. Let's see what's going to happen as the first two bans are a Ruby and a Hylos.
Yup, they are just going with those regular bands, I would say, the Ruby and the Hylos. They are either banned or picked, so I would say that is pretty much of an expected bans we are yet to see the ban coming up from the side of Team Tartarus Esports, and I am hoping that is going to be another meta hero coming up from them, and it might be a Harith or it might be an Edith as well. There are so many options right now. Even the Phobius, even the Khalid, that, like you previously mentioned, and even the Matilda getting banned out. And after this patch, Matilda has been quite buffed. She has got some more of a range right now, and her adjustments have been rising up. Because of the adjustment, she is rising up to the picks as well. So by far a viable ban, I would say.
Indeed, it's a viable ban, and again, with the amount of destruction Matilda caused in the previous game, it's kind of understandable too. Tartarus would want to just ban it out. Plus, it also shows that they're not really interested in facing a composition that kind of likes to play in with that full-fledged dive. Because again, we have seen all of these players play really, really well, specifically Dark onto that EXP lane, and he kind of likes to use the Phobias too, so it has been banned out. But there's also an opportunity of a Khalid, there's an Alert, there's also an Edith that he likes to play, but a Chip being next ban, I'll be honest. So we've seen a lot of blue teams banning out the Chip, while yes, it's understandable, they don't really like to play, but the amount of utility that a chip brings on the table, specifically if you're on the blue side, not just because of how good he is with that shortcut and in the battlefield itself, but rather in the draft itself, as now you kind of force the red team to ban out the chip, and then you've got the possibility of directing the conditions of the draft. Enemy ban out the chip, a few of your heroes are left open, you try to prioritize a few, like right now the Ling is left up. So I think so we might possibly see a Ling or a Fanny pick coming in by Tartarus.
Yep, I would say these are the expected bans, but the Jushin getting banned, she got kind of an adjustment onto this patch. I would say she got adjusted, but I don't see her much on the ban section like she was before, as soon as he was released, he was either banned or picked, and Jushin getting banned, they don't want to deal with that. Meanwhile, from the side of Team Tartarus Esports, they are immediately locking the jungler. That is going to be the link, followed by the mins that are coming up from the side of Team Bombastic Side Eye, and I guess they will be locking in the Khalid. Okay, that is quite kind of like they have the fighters, both fighters picked up, and we are yet to see where this Minsitar is going to go, because I am expecting this Khalid to go to the EXP lane mostly, but get it, as you mentioned it before, and onto the Philippine scene, we are seeing the Khalid picked up as a roamer as well. So I will say this will be something quite worth to watch.
Someone's been listening to me. Yes, the Filipino pick rate for this Khalid has increased drastically to 400% of what it normally used to be. But again, we're going to be locking in the Edith with the Angela. I love the pick. I mentioned to you, right? It's going to be either the Arlet or the Edith in that EXP. If not, then the Khalid. But since Bakugo was the one to lock it up, therefore, there are only a few options that remains in the hand of Dark. Plus, you've also locked in this Angela. I like the way how Tartarus is drafting right now, because the Edith is a flexible pick. Angela is technically a flexible pick, either in the roam or in the mid lane. You only have shown one card, that is Ling. While on the other side, a Suyu being logged in.
Okay. Okay, that is quite something interesting, I would say. Suyo, after like he recently got released, he is played onto the EXP lane as well as on the jungle, but mostly we do see him onto the jungle night right now. And you mentioned this Angela pick as well. This Angela is either going trainer or as a roamer. So we are yet to see the ban coming up, and that is going to be the Vexana. I guess they are like Team Bombastic side are kind of thinking like this. Angela has the less possibility to go to the mid lane, so they will be just banning the mid laners. That is going to be the Vexana, and I am hoping I do think they will be banning out either a roamer or a EXP laner from the side of Team Bombastic side eye. So we gotta wait for it.
I'll be honest, I mean, you've already got a good amount of magic damage with Dark onto that Edith. Now, since he's the one who's picked the Edith up, that means it's definitely going into that EXP lane. But that's us who actually knows that, not Bombastic Side Eye. So that's one thing. They're now focusing down on towards those gold laners. I mean, it's understandable. Some heroes that can actually cause problem onto your backline. Plus, I did mention it, right? that Tartarus does not like the enemy playing a full dive composition. So they just ban out those heroes majorly that are very heavy divey, and they kind of try to play on towards that anti-dive. Moscow now being banned out too. I don't quite get it because Moscow is really good in terms of the rotations because of the Spear of Destruction, but in front of a Khalid, Suyu, and a Mensithar, I'm not quite sure if that would actually be the priority pick.
Yep, as well as the Moskov getting banned, they have targeted the gold lane. They should be aware of the possibility like Edith can go to the gold lane as well. By far, if you ask me who's drafting as well as the bans, I like it better. So I would definitely say Tartarus Esports, but I don't want to see, I don't want to be the one-sided kind of, I don't want to be favorable to Tartarus. I do know they are a strong team, but still, we are yet to see a pick coming up from the side of Team Red, that is the bombastic side eye, and I am hoping they will be picking up something that has been quite valid as well
A
as good on.
mage.
Yep, and actually a mid laner
Aurora.
is picked, Aurora, or okay, a Zask. Zask, he got nerfed pretty bad, but he is not that bad. But still, rather, I would have rather gone with that Aurora, and that is just my personal opinion. But still, going for the Zask is quite okay, I would say.
No, it's not exactly, I'll be honest, because an Aurora is basically an anti dive mage that can survive for herself because of the frosty winds that you have. So you can basically stun up any assassin, you can freeze them up in one place, and then you can use up the frigid glacier onto your own self. There's no other mage that can actually do it. There's only Aurora who can do it. So if you dive an Aurora, you're basically getting picked off whatsoever right then, right there. So that's one of the most important part, and you could say the strength that an
Oh,
Aurora
okay.
bring in. Yeah, exactly. It would have basically countered Dark, Kevin, both of them who'd want to jump onto her. But right now, Daichi onto that Zask. He will eventually try to get the mid priority, but this Angela Grok combination in the mid is going to
Oh
make sure that they clear the way
no.
fast, and Dark is in the EXP.
Yep, and this Grok is going to be really, really annoying. That's all I can say for now, because his mana adjustment, the recent mana adjustment, you can literally spam your walls, and you don't need to go back to your base for those recalls. And he doesn't have his mana, and he can quite delay those minion waves as well. And he can be quite vulnerable. He can even like dive into the early phases of the game for the jungler. He can be quite annoying to that Suyo, but a Kaja pick coming up from the side of Team Bombastic Side Eye. So I guess in terms of the draft, in terms of those picks, I would say Tortoise has the better advantage, but we are yet to see some action coming up from both of the side of those teams. So we are yet to see who is going to be the advantageous and the winner of this best of one series. So we are diving in onto the land of dawn. This time it is going to be Tartarus Esports going up against Team Bombastic Side Eye.
Indeed, as every single player gets ready and they all are putting their boots up, because this is the time when you tie your shoelaces and you run as fast as possible. You've got to be faster than your opponent. That's exactly where both of these teams are good at, ladies and gentlemen. For one last time tonight, we are jumping into the land of dawn. Tartarus taking on Bombastic Side Eye. The previous game was a domination, but this one could be a much more closer play, as both of them will dive deep. Now, here's the thing. I mentioned about the fact, Itami, that we might possibly see Tartarus facing a bit of a problem in terms of that magic damage, as now, again, we're looking at the rotation of both the junglers. They're starting on the southern part of the map. They will move over up top. That is, gold lane will become the priority for both of them.
Yep, they are just trying. I guess they should be just trying to focus on to their neutral objectives for now. Try to get level 4 as soon as possible until the next turtle is gonna spawn onto the golden. We are seeing the Mincet are actually going to the gold. Grok is being quite poking in there. He should be forced to retreat, and he is able to do so for now. Sunio is trying to get some vision onto there, and there were 3 people actually onto the mid lane, and still Carry is getting quite poked up by the Mincitar. He is not able to do those aggressive plays right as of now. But okay, the Kaja will just be retreating. They will just be getting the boots, and they will just be farming for now.
Indeed. -1 is still there. They might as well want to jump onto Kevin as he's pretty low in that HP, but
Oh,
still will run away with the retribution as well, trying to secure a few creeps. Level 4 or Ren already. He wants to try and take those fights, but it seems that it's going to be a disengage.
yep, and I guess both of the junglers are already level 4. Yeah, no, they are not yet level 4 yet. Actually, Suyo is the only one who got level 4, and the turtle will be spawning onto the next 19 seconds. So I guess Team Blue should be on a better position to be contesting for the turtle, and they are getting those visions as well. Both, by far, both of the teams are doing.
Sunyo seems
Sunyo
to
might be
be.
taken down, and the first blood coming up from that Suyo just now onto that Grok. He kind of overextended, got punished, and the turtle will.
Die will have that control. Again, they pick up this turtle. They can start for that early snowball. They can eventually. Oh my God, Sunyo!
Oh
He's basically caught in
no!
his own
Oh
wall.
no! He is barely able to escape. Oh my god! And that hook just missed from the Mensitar as well. He almost got caught by his own by his own creation, I would say. And the blue buff. Okay, Ling was able to get it. Actually, I was so panicking for nothing. And Grok is trying to get some vision out there. He is just trying to poke it out. But Sunyo needs to be a bit aware because he was already taken off once because of the overextension. So back to you, Skip.
Oh! Look at the top with the Divine Judgment coming along with the King's Calling, but the Hard Guard is there to keep Rex safe. As again, Kevin would want to jump in, jumps in with the Finch Boys as well. There we go. Tempest of Blades trying to catch them, but the wall is absolutely disastrous for Tartarus. They can't really chase onto anyone, and yet it's every single person on Bombastic side are surviving. That's such a big mess up from
Oh
Sunyo coming in.
no. Damn. Even though such of a big fight came up, there was no trades. And Team Bombastic Side Eye are quite leading in terms of the goal lead as well. The goal lead is not that much, but in terms of the objective, they already got the first turtle, and the second turtle will be spawning in any time. So Ling should be farming up well, and he should be on a better position to be contesting for the turtle as well. Meanwhile, Minsitar is trying to he might get poked down, but no, he got that initiation coming up from the Kaja as well as the Angela, but by far no trades.
Oh, look at the bottom side is where now Dark was basically being attacked, but being on an Edith. Also running with a quantum charge, he's making sure that he goes actually blow to blow against Bakugo. He's doing a pretty solid job in terms of that too, and now the turtle is also going to spawn in over towards the top. Rekt can easily take up his own minion waves as Taichi not using the Dominator's Descent. This fight that's being set up right now. Ren is going to start onto that turtle though, and there we go. Reg jumping in along with a
Oh,
beautiful wild charge
oh
connecting onto a
my
couple as
god.
the Tempest of Blades comes in with a hard guard too. But oh my god, Ling, Kevin, he missed every single blade. That's a very big mistake coming in, and Dark as well. He's got no rage bar, and the man still tried to jump in the primal form as Sunyo will
Oh
fall too. They're
no.
all losing their
Oh
life one after the
no.
other as Ren demolishes them.
Damn.
And Tartarus, that's such a big mess up. 1 for 4.
A 1 for 4 trade onto the second turtle clash, and this is definitely not looking good for the side of Team Tartarus Esports. Team Bombastic Side Eye are pulling off. They are locked in, and they want to desperately win against Tartarus. They are focused, and they want the victory for themselves.
Again, with this Suyu that they're running with, the Blade Surge is constantly connecting it perfectly. So, the man almost got
Oh,
hooked up, but still survives because of the power of nature. It just seems that he's facing some kind of
yeah.
trouble though, but again, used up the Guardian's barrier. There's already a Divine Judgment available for -1. He might want to jump in with a flicker too as everyone tries to go in for the dive with
Oh,
the King's Calling. But look at the backline is where Rekt still survives with a hard guard too. Wants to jump in, but will eventually have to retreat because of the zoning coming in by the Dominator's Descent. A lot of resources being used up, but now also the purple will be under the contest. Ren is there. Yes, Kevin will be caught
oh
in
no.
the Divine Judgment and
Oh
deleted
no.
with the Blade Surge. There's the Earth Shatterer. But what can you do, Dark, as you are
Oh
all alone
nah.
and Savage Warrior is just an Angela. He's just a
Damn.
mid lane puppy boom.
Puppy boom indeed. A 2 for 0 trade coming up from the side of Team Bombastic side eye, they were able to caught them up. The wild shot did connected from the Grok. It did connected to one, but there was no initiation. There were no teammates of him, and they don't have the goal lead as well. In terms of the itemizations, I guess team Bombastic side eye are on a higher position right now. They have most of their core items, almost not every item, but they have some of their items already done. And the turtle is about to be spawning anytime soon. I guess team Bombastic side eye are on a better position to be contesting for this turtle as well. We might be seeing another team fight coming up really soon. Grok is diving too deep, and Khalid will be forced to retreat. The wall coming up from that Grok, causing no damage. There comes the wave of dives from that Khalid, trying another dive, and Angela trying to save that carry, but no, Angela as well as that carry will be falling off, and that turtle will not be will be another uncontested turtle for the side of Team Bombastic Side Eye.
Indeed, they'll be taking every single thing, but Dark on towards the top.
Oh.
Well, the man seems to be in trouble. The Charterer definitely does come in, but Kevin will finally join into the action too, trying to catch Zed there. The flicker from both of them, but that one extra basic lands in perfectly. And Kevin eventually saves the life of his pal. Dark will go back. He will survive. There's still Tempest of Blades available, but no retribution as Sunio used the wild charge to just stay alive. That is such a big problem. The Zask on in the hands of Daichi as well. He's doing such a phenomenal job to zone the other people out. And there's the Raging Sandstorm. Bakugo easily going back. Itami, it's already 8-minute game, a 5,000 goal lead in favor of Bombastic Side Eye. The Ren is just farming on the Suyo. No one's there to stop him. The blade surges are perfect. And Rekt, he's going 0-1-1, but he's the only win condition for Tartarus now.
Definitely, and they gotta pull this off in order to be surviving onto this tournament as well. I would say, I think definitely the odds, the favorites for Tartarus Esports in this game, but by far we are seeing an absolute. Template of Blades has been used by the Ling. He will be forced to retreat. He shouldn't be initiating a team fight. A wild shot just came up from Grok and a follow-up. The waves coming up from that Khalid once again. He is trying to initiate, but it will be taken down onto the process on that top side. But Suya with the monster self and Bakugo might be taken down. He will be forced to retreat, and Ren almost get that kill onto that Ling once again. They are leading in terms of the objective, and it's almost 7k goal lead right now.
Oh, what a beautiful hook coming in and through the Guardian's barrier as well. Sunio, my man, is basically just trying to cage his own self in those situations. Sometimes he might want to just ask the question, why am I the only one who's always up in front? If you know, you know. But wait a second, Bakugo trying to jump in. Could eventually get immobilized though, but maybe not, as there comes in the re-engage with the Raging Sandstorm. They want to catch in a few more people, but there we go. The Earth Shatterer onwards, and the primal form. Dark still tries to go in for the attack, but it does not matter as they're tanking everything though. Rekt is the one who actually gets the shutdown, but a double kill for Ren. 8-0-4 onto this guy, and Super Z catches all the other people in the King's Calling. Tartarus, they are gonna lose their top tier inhibitor at least, because Kevin, oh my god, run, my boy.
Oh, you gotta run, bro. You gotta run. And Kevin is able to escape. That was actually, I guess it was a 4-for-1 trade for the side of Team Bombastic Side Eye. And this is going to be an uncontested lot for their side as well. Ling won't be able to contest this one. He doesn't, I guess he doesn't even have his blue buff. Yes, he doesn't have his blue as well as his red. And this Lord will be going for the side of Team Bombastic Side Eye. The Lord is yet to be marching, and if Team Bombastic Side Eye are able to sing those lanes and will able to make a proper initiation, then it would be pretty much over for the side of Team Tartarus Esports, unless they make a really good miracle play and a really good follow-up comes up from them.
Seems to be the case. Sunio, in the meantime, though, just getting scouted out in the bush. As I mentioned, the win condition is going to be Rekt. 1-3-1 on that carry. Finally picks up the Demon Hunter sword too. So he will be doing out the damage. But who is going to finish off Daichi and Ren is basically the main question. Leaving this Suyu open was a big problem, as now the Lodge marches in mid. Oh, what a beautiful hook coming in. And this is what I always talk about, but a good amount of damage coming in. Bakugo will be taken down as, okay, a perfect King's Calling. into the divine judgment. And with that, the judgment is being passed on to Tartarus as they are losing all the turrets. They are losing their crystal and they will
No, no,
lose
no,
the game.
no.
It is bombastic
Damn,
side eye
I die.
closing out the game. Such
Man,
a
oh man.
perfect manner to finish it all off with a Khalid in the EXP and a Zask in the mid while the MVP goes to Suyu.
Damn, what a match. This was definitely not on the cards of Tartarus Esports. They definitely did not expected this outcome to be happening, and they were not able almost anything onto this game. They did try, but trying doesn't even matter at this point. An absolute humiliation coming up from the side of Team Bombastic Side Eye. And damn, I was expecting Tortoise to be the favorites for this match, but I was like, I'm so wrong about it. Team Bombastic Side Eye, definitely a team we should be watching out for the next rounds as well.
Indeed. The team just made sure that they are the ones who are winning in every single front, right? They took control of that EXP lane because again, Khalid wins it out against the Edith. Khalid is, apart from the Phobius, Khalid is the next best pick in the EXP lane. Winning it out there, rotating, then having the priority in the mid lane as well. Even though there's a Grok Angela on the other side, there was some small mistakes being made by Tartarus, but Bombastic side I were doing such a great job in punishing them and trying to capitalize on those mistakes. That's exactly what we always talk about. You've got to capitalize on your opponent's mistake. Plus, let's be honest, Titami, Suyu is literally a broken hero.
I definitely agree with you on that. As soon as he's released, he is showing his impact onto the Land of Dawn. He is like, if you are able to master this hero faster than others, then definitely you have the upper hand onto these games as well. He can be played on the EXP too, but on the jungler, he was able to do those fast farms. He was able to initiate onto these team fights as well. He was able to get those kills as well as make those retreats. He was definitely the deserving MVP for this game.
Indeed.
And
It was actually, again, I'm just trying to contemplate as to how eventually you can mess stuff up so very well with running a Grok Angela in the mid. Sometimes it kind of gets a bit confusing too, but at the same time, it's bombastic side eye. All the credit needs to be given where it is due. They did a phenomenal job, as I said, in terms of the rotation, in terms of the jungle clear, then all towards the goal lane as well. Because eventually, what they needed to do was to make sure that the Minsatar is not losing to a carry and is there in those team fights. Plus, the walls, the guardian barrier of Sunio was a bit
Yep.
iffy.
Yep, he almost got it out, almost with his own guardian barrier at one
Four
point on
times.
middle lane. Yeah, actually, that was the case, and they Tartarus Esports needs to be working their synergy out at this point. They need to be, even though we did see them on previous tournaments, they were quite a really good team, but getting like seeing them humiliated like this, and they gotta put their games out right now. This is a high time for them.
Yes, it seems to be the case as well. But as I said, Bombastic Side Eye just did a phenomenal job in that situation. There were you could just say so many instances where we were eventually seeing certain aspects of the game being used up to perfection. Like how well you were going in for the re-engages with the Khalid. You always talk about that whenever there's a situation where you've got a composition which can kite very well and re-engage, that's where you have to be patient. And it was happening. You have got a good re-engage comp with the Kaja as well as with the Khalid. You kite around them a bit, and then with the Kaja's divine judgment play, you make some play happen. And with that, once Tartarus tries to jump in, you jump in with your Khalid and get the CC on as many people as possible. And to try to keep them in that position, you go in with a King's Calling, forcing out the Tempest of Blades, also forcing out the Wild Charge, and then at max forward, you've got a mid lane Angela, which, yes, is really good in terms of the support when you're snowballing, but eventually falls off when it comes to damage. Humana, finally, you're back as well. I know there are some very dark things happening in the background too, because I know you're sad. It's okay. Don't be sad. Happens.
Well, I'm not really sad. Unfortunately, I have to face some electrical issues, but we'll not
Oh my
let
god.
us stop. We'll not let that stop us from, discussing what just happened. I mean, man, oh man, scared
True.
it in Itami. I mean, that was not expected coming in from Tartarus Esports. We have seen the kind of gameplay they have. We do know their strategies coming in. We are familiar with the team composition. Maybe that could have been one of the lacking points for Tartarus Esports, because we did see bombastic side eye really well researched onto Tartarus Esports. They know the kind of synergy they have. They studied the kind of rotations that they do, and they try to play around that, and then they shut them down. Plus, another thing that I noticed coming in from Tartarus Esports, Scadet and Itami, is that they were heavily dependent onto that late game, onto that carry. Because you could have gone in with, maybe an early game, potentially a Lunox onto the goal lane, maybe, to give that early game damage, because carry kind of, falls onto the late game. And
Yeah,
once
true.
your ling is not able to snowball, it is just a matter of, waiting. And team
Hmm.
bombastic side I didn't let them wait. They took the opportunity, they snowballed, they had the early advantage. And a mid Angela, I mean, there were better options coming in with the Grok, because the kind of sets that Grok has, you need a really good burst, mid lane burst coming in. Maybe a Lilia could have been a better option, in my opinion.
I
That
think so.
might be true. Yep.
Hmm. I think so. Lilia could have
Maybe.
been a pretty decent option in that situation too. But I don't really feel that it was more of a draft issue, but rather just the issue in terms of the execution. Plus, again,
Definitely.
let's be honest. Atami, Suyu, you leave a Suyu open, those blade surges are gonna cut through you.
Yep. Definitely. And that Suyo, he is definitely either to be banned or back, considering he is the new hero onto the Land of Dawn as well. And as soon as one new hero comes up onto the Land of Dawn, he is automatically onto the meta, I would say. He is a
True.
really dominant hero. Like, consider the Jushin as well. When she was released, she was either picked or banned. The chip as well. So goes for the chip. All to the previous heroes too, like the Nolan and stuff. And I
Indeed.
would say, yep, those heroes will be broken. And mostly what we see is after they are released, after 1-2 weeks, they got adjusted. They get the nerfs, they get the adjustments. If
True.
the expectation from the hero is not enough, then he or she is definitely adjusted. So we are yet to receive adjustment for Tatsuyo as well, and he is
Hmm.
really brilliant hero. So yep, definitely going to ban the Suyo would have been a better choice for the side of Team Tartarus Esports.
Yeah, maybe that's going to be the case. But all right, I guess so. That's about it for the entire evening. Yumina, any final few words before we hop off?
Well, the only final few words that I have is, do not forget to download the game from the Play Store, guys, because you do not want to miss on these kind of actions going on. I mean, it's getting interesting day by day. The kind of matches that we are seeing, you want to be a part of it. Also, I would like to remind new viewers that the registrations are still open for the Northeast Cup. You can join in. I mean, we just set an example with this match that your team can be capable of, beating down already existing teams. So if you think that your team takes what it has to, get onto the top, do not forget to register for the Northeast Cup. And I think that will be it for the evening. Gentlemen, I mean, it was great being with you guys and casting alongside with both of you. I mean, it's my pleasure.
True. It's a pleasure on this side as well. Itami, any last few words?
All I gotta say is we are going to be back tomorrow with more actions. Personally, I really enjoyed casting with you as well, Skadiat. You are those person I look up to in terms of casting, you and Kronos, and there are other casters as well whom I work with. This is the first time I'm working with you, and I'll be really honest. I've worked with Yumina too, and I enjoy casting with her. I really enjoyed casting with you too. So it was all my pleasure, I would say.
It's a pleasure. Again, the pleasure is all mine. And thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, everyone who joined us today for that action as well, because you all were watching the Northeast Cup. The action is over for tonight, but it's not over for the next few days, as every single day we'll be having some amazing matches which you do not want to miss out. And there's a big question mark as to which top 4 teams will move on to the land. If you want to know the answer for that, make sure you hit that like button, click on the subscribe as well, tap that bell notification so that you always know whenever the live stream is there, and you can catch all of your favorite casters in the action and your favorite players in the game itself. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Have a good night.